I have been so blessed to be a part of this workshop this weekend. My heart is filled with gratitude for teaching me so much this weekend. Oh my goodness.
So information packed that I just am still trying to absorb it all, but incredible. Good job, knocked it out of the park.
Very, very good value to this webinar. I highly recommend it.
I 100% recommend you join this 3-day webinar hosted by Anthony and Adrian Morrison. This webinar is completely with super valuable information.
I spent almost 2 years trying to get a Shopify store going with other methods. There's quite a few things I was missing. Now I can go forward. Thanks again. You guys are awesome.
I'm very, very, very grateful, and I can't wait to learn more from you guys. Thank you.
My bottom line, I recommend this highly. This weekend has put me over the top in terms of my readiness, my grasp, filled in holes.
I just got done watching the 3-day webinar. I would definitely watch it again. Highly recommended. Sign up now.
You had amazing 3 days. You left shared and taught was just amazing.
Just finished the first 3-day ecom launchpad workshop with Anthony and Adrian, and we got a ridiculous amount of information. Would highly recommend it if you get a chance to take it. Come ready to learn, take notes.
Just finished ecom workshop launchpad, and what an amazing 3 days it's been. Unbelievable information. There's so much to learn. There's so much more to learn from these guys.
It was a great experience, man. They showed us everything you need to know how to make a successful ecom store step by step.
I can't believe how much valuable content and information was included. I would highly recommend this course to anyone. This weekend has left me feeling highly motivated, really positive to progress further with my own ecom business.
The Launchpad, I just want to say, was absolutely incredible, absolutely amazing. The amount of value that I was able to extract from that is game-changing.
I just got done with the 3-day workshop with Anthony and Adrian Morrison. I learned a lot. It was awesome.
Just finished my 3rd day of the Launchpad workshop hosted by Adrian and Anthony Morrison. I couldn't be more thankful. I'm glad that I did it, and I encourage anybody to do it that's thinking about getting into this space, because it will give you the confidence and it will give you that motivation.
Hopefully everybody is doing great. If you could just click that you got it. We are going to be recording the Ecom Launchpad workshop. Excited to have all of you here. My name is Anthony Morrison. Most of you probably have seen my brother Adrian in all of the videos and all of the things that we've been doing. But Adrian's right over here on the other side of all these cameras and the screen, so he'll be here with you in just a minute. I'm going to kind of set the stage, but I'm also going to tell you that the way that we're going to be running things here might be a little bit different than it originally was planned to be, and I'll tell you why. I woke up a couple of days ago with the worst disaster that you could possibly imagine having, especially on a week where we're putting together such an awesome event. So excited about it. My wife has COVID. My daughter, who turned 1 on Wednesday, has COVID, and I have COVID. Luckily, I'm feeling pretty good. At least I am this morning anyway. So we'll see how it goes throughout the day. So while we had a lot of sessions with Adrian and I both here on the set together, there will be a little transition. It'll maybe a little odd transition here, given the fact that I'm going to leave before he comes on. So it's terrible when it hits. It just hits so fast, and it's been a really, really rough week. But so far for the morning, I'm feeling okay. So super excited to have all of you here for the event. I want to kind of set the stage for this weekend. You know, Adrian and I have have obviously put a lot of time and effort into helping all of you build your Shopify stores, right? Build them the right way. There's a right way and certainly a wrong way that this can be done. And we've put a lot of time and effort into it. And we were actually on a flight together, and we were talking about it, and we said, it might be good to just take everybody from start to finish over 3 full days and teach them exactly what they need to learn in order to be massively successful with this. And that's kind of how this event came about, was us just kind of brainstorming what can we do to help you progress at a faster rate. In the chat box, if you can you guys tell me, just put a big yes in the chat box if you have your Shopify store launched. If you don't have your Shopify store live, just type no in the chat box. Because I know there were a few of you that had kind of gone through our free store builder, and I think maybe you got lost along the way. And don't worry, because Adrian's going to cover some of that here today. So I'm seeing lots of yeses, a few no's. All right, but majority yeses. But for those of you that are typing in no, don't worry, because Adrian's going to kind of walk you through the process of setting up that store, making sure you have it done correctly. And over the weekend, our goal is to kind of break this thing down into 3 days and 3 different types of sessions, right? Session number 1, which is obviously today, we really want to focus on setting yourself up for success, right? Meaning, what settings have you possibly not set up correctly in Shopify in order to maximize the results that you get when people visit your store, right? What are the things that you might miss? It's crazy to think about this, but a lot of times it's the most basic of basic things that keep us from having massive amounts of success, right? It's, I forgot to click this button. I forgot to change this one setting. I forgot to do this one thing. So what we want to do is make sure that every one of you have all of this done correctly from day one, from the jump, okay? So we're going to do that. We're going to then transition, okay, into what we think is probably the best session of the entire event, which is optimization. How do we optimize? How do we add more products to our store? How do we get more categories on our store, right? How do we make our store more profitable when people come to the store, right? And I think that's also extremely important. I see some of you say that the video is freezing, but I don't see, we see it fine on our end. Can everybody see us good, hear us good? Yes? Just put a yes in the chat box if you can. All right, so if you're experiencing any kind of frozen video or anything, it's probably on your end. I'm just looking off to the side. This is where our monitor is, where I can see all of you. So yeah, if you're experiencing that, maybe log off and log back in, and things will clear up for you, okay? So we're gonna transition from kind of store setup into store optimization. And then day 3 is probably gonna be the most exciting day of the entire event. How many of you feel like you could use some help with advertising, with getting traffic? Just give me a yes if you feel like you could use a little help with advertising and getting traffic. Day 3 is gonna be awesome. Day 3 on Sunday, you guys are gonna learn from our internal media team. Working with our team means you are working with people that are not only good at what they do, but they've been doing what they do for quite a while at a high level, right? That's the whole reason we put this together, was to give you an opportunity to work with our team, right? Because make no mistake, I am not a Facebook advertising guru, okay? But I have hired and trained Facebook advertising gurus that work for me, right? How many of you realize it would be virtually impossible to do everything yourself and be perfect at everything and great at everything? Just say yes, right? You need a team, right? I see lots and lots of people saying yes. You need a team to really, really, really crush it with a business. You need a team of people around you that are good at the things you're not good at, right? And so we've built that team, and we're going to introduce some of that team to you here this weekend. You're going to learn Facebook advertising from the guys that are spending sometimes $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a day on Facebook ads for us. You're going to learn TikTok advertising, one of the things that's really blowing up right now. Even if you don't mess around on TikTok, don't have a TikTok account. I mean, if you try to find me on TikTok, I'm like almost anonymous. I have no, I have no brand on TikTok, but we still run ads on TikTok, right? So you don't have to be putting funny videos on TikTok in order to leverage TikTok as an opportunity for you to succeed. You'll also learn some free advertising strategies. How do we get traffic to our store completely free, right? So day 3 is going to be packed. Throughout the full 3 days, you're going to kind of be introduced to people on our team, people that are responsible for maybe the product research side of things so that we can always be finding new products, right? People that are responsible for the graphic design, creating designs and the images and the imagery and things that make the most sense for your store to help you get more sales. People that are their whole job is to do nothing but install apps, right? Install apps to optimize our store. We're going to talk to you about that, and we're going to show you how that's done. And then, of course, our advertising team. So it's going to be packed. There's not going to be a lot of fluff. I'll be totally honest with you. We don't have a lot of stories and, things like that. In fact, we don't even have PowerPoints. We're just going to be live on the computer showing you the things that you need to learn and the things that you need to do to your store. And I'll give you all one story before I bring Adrian up, and that is kind of my e-commerce story. When I started in e-commerce, I think I was 22, maybe 23. And my goal was to sell. I needed to start a store. I needed to start something online. My parents lost their life savings in the stock market. They invested in WorldCom. I don't know if any of you know about WorldCom or what happened with WorldCom, but my dad lost his life savings. He had made a ton of money in real estate, invested it in WorldCom and retired, and he lost it all in 24 hours. And I was struggling to figure out what to do. I was going to medical school. My dad didn't want me to quit, but I needed to get a job to help them. They were about to lose their house. And so I got online, and the most logical thing, even 20 years ago, was an online store. It was the most logical thing. It's the most logical thing today, but it was also the most logical thing 2 decades ago, which tells you that if you really focus on this and you get this right, there could be a lot of success for you here, because at the end of the day, this is time tested. I started my first e-com store, and I had my first big problem. How do I get products? Today, you guys can install the ZenDrop app, and it'll populate your store with products. We're going to talk to you about 2 other apps you can install that are going to help you get, customized products, things that Adrian uses on his store every single day, right? You can have it like that. For me, it wasn't that easy. I wanted to sell car parts, Mustang parts, and I had to do what they call buy-ins to get distributor pricing. They were $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 just to get access to the products at the prices I needed to be able to sell them. And it was a long journey for me, kind of parlaying one product into another and another. And eventually I got my store to where it was doing about $250,000 to $300,000 a month with about 20% profit margins. So that's how I was able to pay my parents' house payment. It's actually how I put Adrian through college, paid for his college, and the car he used to drive to college. It was all from e-commerce, right? And fast forward till today, a lot of people say, well, what happened to your e-com store? Well, I shut it down. It was doing, roughly $2.5 million a year, and I was going insane. I wanted to pull my hair out. I hated life. I said, there's got to be a better way, another way, a different way. I had made enough money to pay for my parents' house, and I literally remember the day I went into my store and I just turned it off because it was so much trouble. And it was because back then you couldn't automate anything. 20 years ago, people shopped online, but they didn't really buy online. They wanted to call you to make a purchase because they were scared about putting their credit card on the internet, right? Well, that was a big problem, right? I was taking 200 phone calls a day. Eventually, I said enough is enough, and I quit. Adrian came around, call it 6 years or so ago, with this idea of launching Shopify stores, and I was like, I don't want any part of it. I was sitting on the beach with him, and I said, I don't want any part of it. And he said, Anthony, it's changed. And as I began to look at the apps and the fulfillment and the fact that you can sit in your home right now and you can run a Shopify store. As long as you have a decent team around you to help you with the day-to-day, okay, you can run that Shopify store without having to do big distributor buy-ins. You can tap into all kinds of products. You can customize products. There's just so much that you can do. It's a completely different landscape than it was 20 years ago, and it's an amazing landscape, and it's one that we want to help you really succeed with. And that's the reason why we put this 3-day event on. So if you're excited to get this thing kicked off and start learning from Adrian himself, just give me some yeses in the chat box. I want to see lots and lots and lots of yeses. I see a ton of them coming in. Listen, we will be taking some 10-minute breaks, bathroom breaks throughout the day, so don't freak out, don't worry. We'll also be taking a lunch break around, I think, 12:30 or 12:40, something like that, today as well, Central Time. So we've got you covered with breaks and all of those things, so don't freak out. But now I think we should bring Adrian on and let him start this thing off. He's going to kick this thing off. He'll tell you what the first topic is, and we're going to help you guys crush it. I'm going to exit the stage this way. He's going to come on a couple of seconds later. I know it's going to seem a little weird, but we're trying our best to be as safe as we can and still be able to put this thing together for you guys. So everybody just say yes, yes, yes. Welcome Adrian in the chat box.
All right. What's up? What's up, everyone? How are you? Thank you for the introduction, Anthony. It's exciting to be here. It does kind of suck a little bit that we have these, unforeseen circumstances with COVID. So we're working our best to try to make sure that, everything is 100% on point and the best experience for you. And look, I'm excited because when I got started with all of this in 2014, I had no mentor to show me how to launch a e-commerce store. I didn't have a Launchpad workshop. So my plan today, this weekend, me and Anthony and our team, we plan to kind of walk you through today at first, some of the things that people basically kind of forget to do in their store that's really important. Like Anthony said, we want to show you how to set it up, get it launched, find products, really A to Z, get this thing going. So I am going to kind of just jump right into the training. I'll be sharing my screen here in just a moment. I want to go ahead and I want to get everything kind of logged in. Since this is live, I wasn't able to kind of come here and set everything up beforehand because we had to have this computer. But as you all know, you went through a software that we spent so much time creating, an immense amount of money that was able to build you a store. And the reason that most people fail is because they fail to get started. When I first got started with e-commerce, it took me months to build my store the right way. It took me weeks to figure out what templates would work and what products I should have on my store. And should I have a general store or a niche store? Should I do white labeling or drop shipping? There were so many questions and I had to figure it out on my own. And the great thing about this for you is that we're going to show you exactly how to do it the right way. So there might be some awkward pauses because I'm trying to type in stuff to get my screen set up for you. So 1 second here, let me just log in to our e-com store builder, okay? And many of you earlier responded to Anthony and you said you did have your store up and running. However, many of you said, no, we ran into some errors. One thing that I mentioned, if you saw my ads on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, is that this is, in fact, an experiment that we were doing with Shopify. That is why you were able to get access to the template and to the store builder completely free. Shopify essentially paid me and Anthony to get you set up. And the reason they agreed to do this experiment with us is because of our experience teaching others how to launch stores the right way, and then our experience with our own success in e-commerce. So just understand that when you go through this store builder, you actually are using a template that we put together based off of our own experience, right? And that is extremely important because it's battle tested. We're not guessing here. We're not shooting from the hip. How many of you in here think that's important? Just go ahead and say important in the chat box, okay? Go ahead and say important in the chat box. I can kind of see everybody over here. It's important to be using a battle tested template. And look, over time, what you're gonna do is you're gonna take this template and you're gonna further customize it. You're gonna make it more unique to you. But just getting started, that is the most important piece of the puzzle. So I'm gonna pull up one or two more things before I share my screen. Sometimes I kind of get caught up talking. And I'm gonna get my store up that's just like the one that, well, we built for you in our app. We're gonna run through the app and we're gonna go through the dashboard of Shopify and some of the important settings. All right, so let me just pull things up here and then I'll be sharing my screen in just a second. I just gotta make sure that I get everything logged in here. It's kind of hard sometimes when I'm not on my own computer. So 1 second. All right, just gotta get logged into Shopify and then we will be good to go and we'll blast off. Make sure I type in my passwords right. Okay, cool. So I think we are logged in and I should be ready to share my screen. Awesome. Yep, looks like we're good to go here. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit share my screen, then we're gonna confirm and make sure everybody can see everything. So let me just pull up our controls here. I'm gonna hit share screen and we'll go ahead and share this entire desktop here. All right, cool, cool, cool. So can everybody just confirm for me that they do in fact see my screen? Just type in yes, Adrian, if you do in fact see my screen. Just type in yes, Adrian. Awesome, cool. All right. So in this experiment, you all ran through this particular builder right here, where we set up your Shopify store. We added 20 products that I personally researched that are great all around general dropship products. You have the option to install our automated apps. We call those our profit booster apps. They do a lot of things that kind of automate our store. And then, of course, you got a lot of free training. So first, let's just run through this because ideally, you all end up with a store that looks a lot like this one right here to get started. All right, so you've got a banner at the top. You've got featured collections. All right, and you also have product copy for these products that are already on your store, right? So we actually had professional copywriters come in and write descriptions with intent to get people to purchase for these products. Now, one of the big questions that we usually get about your store build is, Adrian, do I have to sell the cute cat humidifier? And the answer is no. You can add more products to this using Zendrop. You can add products to this from other vendors. You could do whatever it is you want to do, but these are products that we feel are great starter products. Now, one of the reasons that we added some of these products to your store is simply because they are general products that appeal to massive audiences. And something that I've been teaching, and one of the main reasons that I've had success for so long is because I have products that have customer regeneration. So when we're launching our store, right, we don't want to launch our store selling products that are going to sizzle for 2 months and then fizzle where we start getting no sales, right? We want consistent, stable sales. We want longevity, stability, and security. That's really important for our e-commerce store. So everybody loves, well, no, I shouldn't say everybody, but there's tons of people that love cats, right? There's tons of people that love pets in general. People are always going to buy jewelry. They're always going to buy kitchen supplies. They're always going to want to look better, look younger, feel better. So these are the niches that we really go after. That's why we added these products to your store. Okay, so just a quick run through of the software. All right, you should all have links to this software where you can run through it, go through it, build your store. Some of the things that we're going to do is, number one is we're just going to start with creating our Shopify store. I'm going to explain a couple of things to you, and then we're going to get into really launching this thing, okay? So your color. All right, step number one is you're just going to set up your color. To be honest, most stores that I see that are high converters, they just use black and white templates. I don't think it hurts conversions to have a red or orange store, but so we wanted to give you all the options, but you can choose kind of what color you want your store to be. This will be the color of the banners that are on your store. Generally, I go with black and white. And based off of what color you choose here, the banners that you get on your store are going to be that color scheme. So you can switch out your banners in the future. It doesn't matter if you don't like these. Like later on, you can go back and you can get a completely different banner if you want to. Like you have the ability to fully customize your store. Okay, so you just choose your banners. Don't put too much thought into what 2 banners you want. It's really irrelevant. I'm just going to be honest with you. The home page of your Shopify store is absolutely irrelevant in most cases for drop shippers, right? So that would be this page right here. When I click on home, this page is irrelevant because we're not going to send anybody to our home page. We're going to send people straight to this glass rinser right here from a TikTok ad or a Facebook ad. And we're going to try to get them to buy this particular product. So this is the page that really matters. So don't get caught up on the banners. All right, now the next step is really simple. You're opening up a Shopify store. You'll see my face on the page where you sign up for Shopify. So if you haven't done that yet, you just hit Access Shopify and you'll start your free Shopify account. They give you a 3-day free trial. Look, Shopify changes free trials all the time. Like sometimes it's 30 days, it's 14 days, it's 3 days. In this event, it's a 3-day free trial. But one thing that I love to point out is that Shopify has given me my own page on Shopify because I'm a certified commerce coach. That's why I have that little badge that you might have seen on the TV screen or some of the emails. So it lets you know that the stuff that I'm teaching has been vetted. You know that I'm vetted by Shopify. I've been doing it for a long time. So, I'm speaking from experience here with a lot of credibility. All right, so just believe what I say, consume it, and put it into action. So you'll start your free trial with Shopify. Then you're going to connect your store. That's just putting in your URL. So epicgearexpress.myshopify.com was my URL. Yours might be something completely different, okay? And don't put too much thought into this because you're going to get a custom name later, all right? Shopify will just give you kind of a general name like store8256x.myshopify.com. You're going to connect it to our software. If you put the wrong URL in there, and this is where a lot of people messed up, if you don't put the right Shopify URL in there for your account, then it's not going to pull up. It's not going to pull up the right settings in our app builder, and it's not going to work. Now, the part where most people fell off is the configuring of the app. So our store builder goes in, builds you a store that legitimately someone would charge well over $1,000 for, all right? And we do it completely free in an automated fashion. And we even give you currently, we won't always be able to do this, but currently, those of you that have gone through this store builder, you got a free custom theme that typically is about $300 per year. We pay that license fee for you because we got a big bulk discount, and it just made sense because we want you to have success. We want you to have the best shot at absolutely crushing it with the store that we build for you. So we've got you a custom theme. So those of you that have done this, you really lucked up with that. It's saving you $300 a year, easy. All right, so you have to install this app. And the app installation is probably the most tedious part of all of this. So I'm just gonna go through it real quick, okay? So you click on the button that says install your app. You're gonna come over here and hit create an app. And I have a whole video on this. And you'll just say, okay, we'll just call this, test app for this particular use case. All right. Once you have installed this app, basically you just kind of installed a basic app. We need to configure the admin API scopes. So right here it says configure admin API scopes. There's a whole video in your funnel builder for this. So really the pain about this is that you got to select all these boxes. And if you don't select them all, then our app won't have all the appropriate permissions because we're going in and we're doing everything for you. So you'll go in and legitimately, this is what you do. You have to sit here and click all these. 9 times out of 10, if somebody has a problem with our store builder, then it's because they didn't check all of these boxes. There's no select all. There's about 80 boxes. It's kind of a pain in the butt. I wish Shopify had a select all, but they don't. So you kind of just have to sit here and you'll want to double check or triple check And this will give our app permissions to go in and upload a theme, to upload products, product descriptions, images for all of the products that we put on there, even change some of the settings on your store for you so that's all set up right, and do as much as we possibly can to eliminate the potential for you to make any errors or forget any personal important settings that I know can help your store have a better shot at success. So we're just going to go through. You can see here it's kind of a pain. So if you can't click on one of them, like Shopify credit here, that's fine. If you can't click it and it's not a permission that you're available to give, then it doesn't matter. Okay. So we're still going here. We'll get to the bottom of all of these boxes. I know I've got to almost be there. Shopify, take some away, add some. All right, we're here. Now, at this point, you want to hit save, right? Once you hit save, then it's going to save the app. Now you can hit install again, and you can go in and get what's called an API key or a token. This token that we just are generating right now, right here, admin API access token, is the kind of like the connection, right, from your store to our software. It's very simple. It's point, click, and copy. So we're going to reveal this token. We're going to copy it. We're going to jump back over here to our store builder. And the next step is going to be to authorize this integration. And so once we do that, we just put in that API token right here, okay? Once we put in that API token, it will authorize everything, and it will then tell you, okay, you're good to go. We're connected. We can build your store. But on the next step here, we have to activate your Shopify store. Here's the thing with Shopify and their free trial. You don't really get access to all of the features that you need in Shopify with a free trial. So for our app to go through and build your store the right way, get everything set up the way it needs to be set up, you have to have a plan selected. So when you click right here, access Shopify plan screen, it's going to take you to the plans. And for our store builder to work, you need to have the Shopify plan. It was $79. They upped it to $100. They haven't changed their plans in 8 years. And I started giving away free stores, free store builds. And then all of a sudden the prices just went up. So, you know, it's really important that you have the right plan though, right? You want the options available on your store to elevate your store and give it more opportunity to succeed. When I first started my Shopify store, and I had no clue if I was gonna win or not, okay, I had no clue. I went in and I chose the most expensive plan, which was like $300 a month. I go into anything and everything and I say, I don't plan to fail. I'm not even thinking about failing. I plan to succeed. And if I plan to succeed, if it's within my budget, then I want all of the options. I want the best of the best of the best. So I have more opportunity with my store. So when you activate that plan, our store builder now, it's simple from here. We're gonna go through and you hit customize my store, boom, it installs a custom theme on your store that otherwise would be $300 a year, all right? Then once you publish your store, you got to take your password off of it. Because right now, at this point, nobody can see your store. It's password protected. So you're going to remove your password. That's simple. I'm not going to go through that with y'all. Click this button, remove the password. And your store is ready, okay? But you don't have products yet. So the second big thing that we ran into was people saying, Adrian, my theme is on there, my store is built, but where are the products? I thought I got these 20 products. Well, it's because you forgot to do step 2. Now, I understand how people can forget to do that because you're jumping from Shopify to a store builder to Zendrop, back to a store builder. You came from Facebook or Instagram or TikTok. There's a lot of jumping back and forth. But imagine if you had to do this by yourself and you didn't have a store builder, right? So step number 2, if you haven't done that yet, log back in your store builder and go ahead and click add winning products. This is fun. Okay, so when you click on this, you just hit go, and we will upload products with custom written, professionally written ad copy ready for your store to start selling these products. We've marked the products up to decent profit margins based off of the cost from ZenDrop, but you can go in and you can change those. We just kind of did a baseline for everyone. It sets up discount prices versus compared to retail prices. I mean, it really is done for you. Like if I had this when I started in 2014, it would have been life-changing for me. Time is money. The faster you can get going, the faster you can succeed. If you're paralyzed looking for products and writing product descriptions, then you're not thinking about making sales. Now, the next step is connecting with your dropship supplier. We recommend ZenDrop. We work directly with ZenDrop. Me and Anthony both are investors in ZenDrop when they started up, because as a drop shipper that started out with AliExpress and other vendors, when I saw that there was a US-based company from another experienced, successful drop shipper that understood the needs of a drop shipper, it was a no-brainer for me to use their service and to invest in it. And it's completely free. ZenDrop is free. And they have US suppliers and they have suppliers in other countries. You could ship anywhere in the world. You get to choose. We actually have the ZenDrop team. It's going to be here this weekend, so they'll show you all about ZenDrop. If you have more questions about it, it's going to be really cool. But if you want to upgrade your ZenDrop account to a pro account, you don't have to, but there's a discount code that gives you 50% off your first 3 months. That is ESA 350. Again, it's completely optional, but with their pro account, you'll see at a later time, they have options to do kind of like white labeling and branding and faster shipping and automations. It's really, really cool, okay? Now, once that's done, if you have not gone to step 3 yet, the automated apps, we'll get into those later this weekend. Again, completely optional. But just like this phone, I want you to think about your phone and how much more powerful your phone is because you have apps installed on it. Shopify is kind of the same thing. Like they give you this really powerful CRM, but if you want it to excel and be more powerful, you can install apps. Some are free, some are paid. Okay. So after you've done all of that, right, your store is launched, you got products on it, and you're ready to go. All right. So at this point, what we want to do is we want to jump into our dashboard of Shopify. And I just kind of want to walk you around this for a second, okay? So this is the main dashboard from Shopify. When you first log in, it's going to give you a couple of steps. It's going to kind of give you a list of to-do stuff. Inside of our funnel builder software, there is an immense amount of free training that shows you the basics of all of this. So I don't really want to waste time at this live event showing you those basics that are already in video tutorials that were freshly filmed for you. But one important thing that you need to do is you need to get a domain name for your store. And since we are using a general store, not a niche related store, you kind of want a generic name. Like this one is epicgearexpress.com. I have another store called geargrabber.com. Try to generalize your brand name. And if you're having trouble kind of coming up with cool names, then we use a tool called Lean Domain Search.com. And what it will do is it will kind of take a keyword that you have and find cool domain names. So if I just type in like Epic Gear, right? Then it'll start finding available domain names. So we can see like, Epic Gear Net, Net Epic Gear Book. Some of them kind of suck, right? Some of them will be good. Go Epic Gear, Web Epic Gear, or you could type in discount, right? Epic Gear Box. These are available domain names, right? So you would want to go through these, kind of get some ideas. I wouldn't think too much and too hard into what the domain name is, but you do want it to kind of sound catchy. You want it to be easy for people to remember, because when somebody says to their friend, where did you get that dog leash, or where did you get that glass rinser, or where did you get that gadget? They're going to say epicgearexpress.com, right? Or geargrabber.com. So you don't want it to be too long, right? You want it to be short and sweet. We also buy our domain names from purchaseyour.com. Shopify has the ability to purchase domain names within your Shopify account. And many of you were asking why we did not want to buy our domain name inside of Shopify. And it's because Shopify is not really a domain registrar. When you buy a custom domain name inside of your Shopify account using their really simple tool to do it, you don't really fully own that domain name necessarily. It's kind of locked to your Shopify account and to your store. So the longer you have a store live, right, and a domain name, the more valuable that domain name or brand name becomes, the more type-in traffic it has to potentially get. And so if you ever were to kind of like change your brand or change your store or whatever, you don't really want to lose the domain name, because you could resell that domain name to someone else, recoup some costs for it, maybe profit from it, who knows. So we don't want it locked to a Shopify account. We want to own our own domain name, because domain names are like virtual real estate and people can sell them for a lot of money. I myself have bought and sold a lot of domain names. How many of you in here would agree that owning your own domain name, actually yourself, not locked in your Shopify account, is important? Just say important in the chat box real quick. Okay, so just make sure that you do that. You don't have to, but it's the smart move. Again, I'm trying to show you the stuff that later on down the road, you're gonna look back and be like, oh, I wish I had have known that, but now it's too late. That's one of those things that's really, really important. Now, when we're inside of our Shopify account, when we come over here to the left navigation bar, you've got a couple of things. You got home, orders, products, customers, content, finances, analytics, marketing, discounts, online store, and you're kind of like, oh my gosh, what do I do? Here's the thing. You're not going to use a lot of these buttons. You'll use some of them, but you're not really going to use all of this. So you don't want to get caught up going in and clicking on every button and trying to learn every single setting. You want to go in and you want to figure out, what are the main things I need to look at every day to automate these processes, to save myself time, and to focus on the important piece of the puzzle, right? Which is going to be orders, conversion rate, and order value. Okay? Now, what is order value? Or average order value? That is the average amount of money that somebody spends on your store when they come to it. You can increase this. Now, I think we all would agree that it's better for someone to come into your store and buy 2 or 3 items opposed to 1 item, because that would enhance our profit margin, right? So we always want to try to look at what is our average order value and see if the things that we're doing are increasing the average order value. So that being said, I'm just looking at a note. I can't even begin to read that. So maybe like a marker or something would be helpful. But one thing that we want to be able to do here is immediately go look at analytics. All right. So when we come over here to our analytics part of the screen, we kind of get all this information, right? And I'm not going to be able to go over all of this information right this second, but we're going to do it in probably about like 15 minutes or so, because in about 4 minutes, we do have a break coming up. But I'm going to go over all of this data with you, and I'm going to make sure that you understand what all of this is, the stuff that you don't need to look at, the stuff that you do need to look at, the important settings, okay? You have the orders menu, all right? This store has no orders, but I can show you a store that has some orders, okay? This is going to list all of the orders that you get, the customer name, what they ordered. It's going to list shipping options they took. It's going to be where you kind of manage all of your orders of your customers. Now, with ZenDrop, you can automate fulfillment. So as orders come in, you are able to kind of just look at them and watch them get fulfilled, right? Then you've got the products tab. Now, the products tab is going to list all of the products that we've put in your store. This is pretty important because when we put products in your store, we are going to upload descriptions, we're going to upload tags. It's going to be where you put your price points and everything in there. So that being said, if we click on one of these, like the 360 rotatable smart, the smartphone car holder, you'll see that here's our preloaded description. Here are the pictures that we've put in here. Over here, we have some tags. And then down here, we have the price point. So if you want to change the price point of something, all you have to do is kind of come right here and say, hey, I want to charge $12 for this. And you would just change it for each of the variants, because we've got a green one, a gray one, we've got a black one, and we can now start editing all of our prices. All right, does that make sense? Just say yes. If that makes sense, go ahead and say yes for me. My chat box up here is kind of frozen. I can't really see what anybody's saying since maybe about 10 minutes ago, if the team wants to help out with that. And then at the bottom here of the products, you have your search engine listing. Listen, this is really important, all right, because you have the potential with the products on your store to get free traffic from Google. And when we have the potential to get free traffic, we should always maximize it. It's not going to be our main squeeze. It's not going to be where we make all of our money, but the longer that you have your store, I want you to listen very closely here. The longer that you have your store, the more potential it has to get free traffic. When you age your store, right, and your domain name is live longer, you have products live longer, you have more potential to get indexed in the Google search engine. It doesn't mean it's going to happen 100%. It doesn't mean that it's magic and it's guaranteed. It's just that Google typically will list stuff that has been around for a long time, that is very relevant, and they believe that Google searchers will, find appealing. So right here, you can edit this, and you can go in and you can kind of put what your description is you want people to see if it were to be in a Google search. Now, because our team already wrote product copy for you, this should be good, right? It should have all the right keywords in there to hopefully get indexed by Google and all that good stuff. Very, very important that that is there. You don't have to worry about it as much because we've done it for you on the 20 products that we've loaded in here for you. Okay, now the next step over here is going to be settings that I want to show you. All right, so I'm just going to jump over here to our settings. I'm just going to leave this page. And when it comes to setting up your store, the next big thing that we want to talk about is how do you get paid, right? We got products loaded. We see how to get those products in. We see how to edit those products and the price points for those products. We want to talk about now, how do you get set up to actually get paid by Shopify and accept payments, all right? So if we come over here to settings, you see user permissions, payments, checkouts, shipping and delivery. So checkout and accounts, shipping and delivery are going to be important. Payments are important. And starting out with payments here, if you don't set this up, like you can send traffic to your store and you're going to be able to make any money, right? Shopify has a very simple way to set up payments for most people. Now, in all countries, you can't use Shopify payments. If you're in a country that doesn't use Shopify payments, there's another option here available for you to set up payments. It could be PayPal, it could be through another merchant processor. Shopify makes it very, very easy for you. But at this point, what you would do is you would hit manage over here on Shopify payments. It's going to ask you a couple of very, very simple questions about your business. Do you have an LLC? Are you a sole proprietor? Look, when I started out with my own e-commerce store, I was a sole proprietor. I didn't have an LLC. I was operating as an individual. When my business started to grow, I formed an actual company. Now, I can't give you, tax advice and legal advice and all that stuff. I failed the LSAT 3 times and didn't make it into law school. But I can tell you that you don't need to overthink this too much out of the gate. You just need to get set up to get started. So I put in myself as a sole proprietor, and they needed my social security number. I'm in the US, we have socials. And within 5 minutes, poof, you were up and running. They're gonna ask you, what exactly does your store sell? And we have a whole video on this, but we tell people we just sell custom apparel and custom goods, because that's what we do. We sell custom jewelry, we sell print on demand stuff, we sell really unique goods from brands like Zendrop and vendors like Zendrop. So this should take you about, I would say, about 5 to 10 minutes to set up. I can't walk through this completely because I can't put my social security number on a live stream, but I wanted to make sure we went over this and pointed something else out. Based off of the plan that you have with Shopify, this credit card rate right here will vary. The better plans with Shopify charge you less per transaction. So something to point out is that when I went in and I got the more expensive plan with Shopify, I was thinking to myself, well, I'm gonna save points on merchant processing fees. And it's gonna, for me, I plan for this to pay for the difference plus more. I plan on saving, right, by investing in a better plan. That's always going to be there. You always have to pay to process, right? And Shopify is going to let people use Visa, MasterCard, Amex, Discover. You can activate Google Pay, Apple Pay. I definitely recommend that you go in and you activate Shop Pay and Apple Pay, because these days people are so used to literally just tapping something on their phone and making a payment and not pulling out their credit card, all right? So that being said, you want to activate those. And as you go through this, they're going to tell you, hey, would you like to activate Shop Pay? Would you like to activate Apple Pay? The other thing is PayPal, all right, and Amazon Pay. Here's the thing about PayPal. PayPal for us is not an option that we use, because PayPal is kind of known historically for freezing people's accounts and holding their money for long periods of time. If you start generating a lot of customers, right, PayPal has to mitigate their risk from chargebacks or from refunds or whatever. So when you're going through this, if you got Shop Pay set up, you got Shopify payment set up, I would 100% fully recommend leaving PayPal off completely. I myself have had a situation where I had tens of thousands of dollars in payments in PayPal, because PayPal's so easy. People love PayPal. And PayPal hit me up and said, hey, yeah, we're gonna hold the money for 60 days and just make sure everything goes through and everything's good with your business. Well, that was devastating for my business, because what's so great about Shopify is that when you get orders, right, you get paid very quickly. So you can reinvest, all of your money back into ads, and you can continue to grow your business. Does that make sense? Just say yes in the chat if that makes sense to you, okay? You want to get paid fast. Shopify Payments pays fast, and that gives you the money to reinvest in your ads. This is the stuff that people don't think about. And I know this isn't as fun as launching products, and we're going to get to all of that stuff, but I'm just warning you, if the only thing you have is PayPal, then you're putting yourself at risk when you actually start scale. And in some cases, it's frozen people's businesses for months. And imagine that happening during Black Friday or Cyber Monday. Not trying to scare you. I'm trying to prepare you, right? That's what this is. That's what this is all about, all right? So you're gonna wanna go in first, and you're gonna wanna set up all of your payments. You're gonna wanna make sure that you can start taking orders. Once this is done, y'all, once you go ahead and you set up Shopify Payments, go to your store, pull out a credit card, and place a real order. own your store. Even if you have to be your own first customer, place an order and watch the process. Make sure that the payment goes through, because you don't want to launch your store to your community, to your network, to Facebook ads and TikTok ads, and then have people come here and something not be right. But I'm telling you, it is so easy to set this up. It really is an absolute breeze. A complete novice can do it. Now, speaking of payments and getting that set up, all right, you're also going to want to make sure that you have your checkout settings correct, right? So now we got it to where people can get paid. I mean, people can pay and you can get paid by Shopify, because through that process, they're also going to ask what your bank account is and where you want your money deposited, right? So when a customer makes a purchase, Shopify collects that money. They hold it for I think it's 48 hours. Maybe it's 3 days. And then they release it to you into whatever bank account you want it in. And after day 3, if you're getting orders consistently every day, you should be getting money in the bank, which is really, really fun. By the way, how many of you in here would love to wake up every single day from an email from your Shopify store saying you just got paid XYZ, even if it's $50, $25, $10? Just go ahead and say, heck yeah, in the chat box. It's like the coolest feeling in the world. Like I used to hate waking up in the mornings. I'm a late sleeper, but I started waking up extra early just so I could see that email from Shopify that money hit my account. And you know, that amount's going to be different for everybody. Everybody's going to have their own unique experience. But the next big thing, because this is going to be very important in the checkout process for a customer. Now that they can give us their money, right, and buy an item. But there's one very important thing. If you come over here to settings and you click on checkout and accounts, and you scroll down here, all right, you'll see customer contact method, customer information. This is the information we're requiring from customers when they go through our checkout process, right? We want to require the first name and last name because we need that to ship to them. Right here, where is it? They've always moved stuff around. Oh, okay. So we want to make sure that use address auto completion is turned on. All right, it should be on by default, but just check it. So this increases conversion rates dramatically. When a customer is typing in their address, they can make typos. Well, their system will automatically kind of just know magically what their address is based off what they're typing, pre-populate it for them and let them confirm. So when you're able to do this, it speeds up the checkout process. It eliminates possible user error and thus, refunds, and it increases conversion rates. But the other really big thing is marketing options. Okay. By default on Shopify, this is going to be not pre-selected right here. All right. See where it says, let customers sign up for email marketing and SMS marketing, and email is checked. And there's a little box here that says pre-selected. Now, pre-selected means that little box during the checkout that says, would you like to receive marketing promotions from us? It will be pre-checked. So a customer will go on our email list. And if it's not pre-checked, the customer is probably not even going to see it because there's so much stuff on the page. It's, you're just not even going to build a big email list. So by pressing this one button here, you change your entire business, literally. I know that sounds crazy, but pressing this one button and using pre-selected email marketing promotion acceptance is life-changing for your business. So when a customer is going through, I'm just going to try to move around right here real quick and show you the store. So when they're going through making their purchase and they're putting in their customer information, you'll see that right here under email, it says email me with news and offers. See how it's pre-checked? All right. What this is going to do is give your email list a massive increase. Now, we're going to teach you a lot about email marketing coming up, But the bigger your email list is, the more repeat customers you can get, the more potential sales you could generate, and obviously the more valuable your business becomes. Because an email list is a very valuable asset if you ever go and sell your e-commerce business. And yeah, e-commerce businesses sell every day. And a lot of people that are buying a business, one of the first things they're going to ask is, how big is your email list? Because if Facebook ads ever stop working, or TikTok ads aren't working, or Google takes you off of their search results for whatever reason, and you have a big email list, you can send emails every single day to your customers and even your non-buyers, people that didn't even finish the checkout process, and you can generate traffic. And that gives a buyer that feeling of security that when they buy your business, they have the ability to go in and generate revenue even under, bad circumstances like Facebook ads for whatever is being funky. How many of you in here would agree this is a very important setting right here that will increase your email list and thus increase the amount of traffic and potential sales you can generate? Just go ahead and say me. Yes, absolutely. Again, one little golden nugget that I usually drop on people that they never knew. Imagine if you discovered that 6 months from now. That's 6 months of emails that you can never get back on your email list. So this is a very, very important setting to say the least, okay? So that would be, just so you'll know, under settings, and it's gonna be under checkout and accounts. So checkout and accounts, okay? So we've gone through payments, right? Getting set up to get paid. We've gone through checkout and accounts and some of the important things that you need to click in there. In a minute, we'll be going over shipping and handling. And another thing that I'll point out is users and permissions. So if you have virtual assistants, all right, or you have a partner, you'll want to go ahead and add them to your Shopify store. A lot of you in here, I know, are partnered with your spouse, maybe partnered with your best friend. And one of the great things about the mid-tier and above Shopify accounts, which is what you had to get anyways, is it will allow you to add in up to 5 additional staff members and limit their permissions. So for me, this is really great because I can go in and add my graphic designer. So my graphic designer can log into my Shopify store without me sharing my actual password and upload graphics to products. I have a store manager that makes sure all the orders look good, that makes sure there's no errors or anything happening, no bugs, sets up sales promotions for me, and they're able to go in and log in a store. So having multiple staff accounts available is a very, very valuable option that we got in our Shopify plan. All right, so I would say that these are the big, like the really big settings that we want to hit. And now what I want to do is I want to kind of like transition into our next session, which is going to be shipping and handling. And this one is a pretty beefy session, okay? I could go through a lot of little things and waste a lot of time on things that you're probably not going to use out of the gate. And we're going to get the a lot of the other settings set up for you. But right now, we're paid, right? We know how to get paid and let customers order from us. We know how to build our email list. We know how to get our staff in here and our partners in here. But the next big hurdle for people is that shipping and handling. I would say this about Shopify, best platform for e-commerce ever. It just doesn't get better than Shopify. The one teeny tiny actual big issue with their platform is there are gaps and holes in the shipping and handling settings for drop shippers, right? We're not connecting to UPS and FedEx and all of these carriers. We don't need to because we're drop shippers. We have other vendors and other companies that are going to take the orders that are processed in our store and ship those orders to our customers, right? So when we come back over here to settings and we click on shipping and delivery, it just like, I'm not gonna lie, it's like confusing. I wouldn't even know, as a beginner, where to start with this unless I had a mentor walk me through it, someone who have been there and done that, because they have locations and zones. Like, you could set up different shipping prices for international countries versus US or wherever you are, you're currently operating out of or shipping out of. You could set up different shipping rates based off of the weight of products, because if you're shipping out products that are very heavy, shipping is going to be a lot more expensive, right? So Shopify did take all of these things into account, but the problem is that for drop shippers, we're usually just, a standard shipping price is what we're charged from the vendors. So we don't really care about connecting to some of this like UPS and stuff like that. So right here where it says shipping, all right, it says general shipping rates. You also have custom shipping rates for goods, product groups or restricted items. So we're going to click on manage here, okay? And one of the things that we are going to look at here is shipping origins. So we can do, specific products, but we're going to look at shipping origins. Shopify changes this a lot too. Here's the good news. Once you have this set up, you don't have to set it up again. That's the good news. Bad news is that, well, you got to set it up. And I'm just going to be honest with you and transparent with you. There is an easy way to do this, and there is a hard way to do this. There is an automated way to do this. There is a manual way to do this. There is a way to do this that covers any gaps, has all these fail safes, and then there's a way to do this that's still going to leave some gaps, right? And when I first started out, I set up my shipping settings so I could charge people for products extra for shipping and handling. I got gamed a couple of times because one of the shipping or one of the promotion strategies that we use is called free plus shipping. So what that means is we list the product for free on our Shopify store. It's $0.00. And then we charge $9.95 for shipping and handling, which leaves us a small bit of profit. It's a very high volume marketing strategy. So the money is made with volume, but free is the most powerful word in the world. As a matter of fact, how many of you in here would probably not have built a Shopify store if you didn't see a video of me saying, hey, I'll build it for you for free if you just get your Shopify account? Just say me in the chat box real quick. I'm looking at the chat box over here. Exactly, me. I see Sarah, Karen, Rich, Samantha, Angela. You all did this because it's free and you have the ability to get a huge value. Free is the most powerful word in the world for marketers. So one of my main strategies, which leaves a huge gap in Shopify's manual settings, is free plus shipping. We list the product for free. It has high perceived value. And then people come in, and when it's free, they get greedy, okay? Because anytime something's free, you want to get as much of it as you possibly can, all right? Remember what happened with well, this wasn't free, but toilet paper during the pandemic? I mean, people got toilet paper to last their whole lives. You know, people get like this sense of I got to have as much as I can right now. And so when it's free, what will happen is people come in and they'll buy 2 or 3 or 4 free items, but we charge shipping and handling for each individual item. We'll talk more about that later. This isn't a free plus shipping session, but it's important to notate, because if you're doing free plus shipping and you're charging people $9.95 for shipping and handling for a free item, but you also have retail products on your store that are like $50, $20, $30, and you want to charge a different shipping rate for those products, that becomes a little bit of a problem for a lot of drop shippers. There's another strategy we use that we'll teach later called a $5 flash sale. and it's where we list a whole group of products for $5. I want you to think about Dollar General. Everything's $1. These massive brands that you see all over the highways, at least in the US, where it says everything's $1. We use that strategy, but we use it with $5. So our $5 flash sales. Well, we have specific settings for $5 flash sales. So all of that has to be set up in your settings. So the best way out of the gate to do this is to set it up just like we have it here. Like it's like the most basic way to set things up. All right. So we have a couple of different shipping rates here. $4.90, $19.90, $6.90, $9.90. Then you got rest of the world. You're going to ship. You're going to set up different shipping rates for the rest of the world. We can come in and we can edit this, right? So notice that this says condition by weight right here. What I want to do is, honestly, I'm just going to delete all of this. All right. I'm going to start from scratch. That's the best way to do this. Okay. So right now, I just eliminated any and all shipping settings for at least domestic orders, right? Now, I want to go in and I want to start adding rates. And when we're adding rates, we can set up our own rates, or we can use carrier and app to calculate rates. Like that would be DHL Express, UPS, all that good stuff. We want to set up our own rates, and we can name these rates, okay? So we're just going to call this, shipping and handling, okay? And the price generally that we would charge for just a retail item would be $4.95. But the problem is if you just put this in here, everything will be $4.95 to ship. Shipping and handling is a great place for you to earn additional profit. As a drop shipper, the shipping and handling costs often are at costs that the customer will pay that adds on to our profit. They're not really just covering the shipping cost of the product from our dropship vendor, right? We're using this as a total price to calculate our own profit margins. So if an item is $4 from a vendor, a drop shipper, okay, and we're selling it for $6, we got a $2 profit margin built into that. But if we charge $5 for shipping and handling, because shipping and handling is quite normal to charge for, right? Then now we have a $7 profit built in. Does that make sense? So shipping is one of the most important pieces of the puzzle, shipping prices for drop shippers, because it's where we make up a lot of our profit margin. We offer really, really, really good deals, like really low prices. And we understand that mentally people know that shipping, right, is going to be $5 to $10 or, $7.95. They're okay with paying it. Right? We call it shipping and handling because, well, on the back end, we're having to do some work. We're having to do some fulfillment. We're having to make sure that Zendrop sends it out and stuff. So that's why it's not just shipping, it's shipping and handling. All right, so we're going to add some conditions. And the conditions are based on the item weight or based off of the price. Here's where it gets a little saucy, okay? Because if it's based off of the order price, then you cannot do free plus shipping. It's going to screw everything up. Don't worry about why, okay? The why it's going to screw everything up doesn't matter. Just understand that it will. So if you want to do free plus shipping, and we'll teach this later, okay, then you're going to want to start using item weights, all right? Unless you use the automated stuff that we have available. We have an app that I'm going to show you in a little bit. It's called Shipping Hero. And we would already be done with shipping and handling settings right now if you just had Shipping Hero. It's in our Profit Booster app bundle. I think it's like $97. It eliminates the need for all of this. But understand that everybody has that, can get it, or wants to get it. So we need to teach you this because we want you to run your store. The basic way for you to get started is to do it by price, though. So we would just say that if something is at least 1 penny, okay, to, you can say $40.99. All right. So a penny to $4.99. We're going to charge them $4.95 for shipping and handling. Done. Okay. Now we have a new shipping rate. If somebody goes and buys something from our store that is between a penny and $40, I meant to put $49.99, then their shipping rate that's added on at checkout is going to be $4.95. Okay. Now, what we found is that when people spend more money on our store, people that are spending over $50 or so, they're willing to pay a little bit higher shipping and handling charges. And it's because, well, maybe they're buying something that's more valuable, or maybe they're buying more items. And so shipping is going to cost a little bit more. So we're going to add in another rate, and we can still call this shipping and handling. And we're going to do the price for this is $9.95. We're going to do it based off of price. And we're just going to say $50 to no limit. And now we have basic shipping and handling settings. However, if you're wanting to go do $5 flash sales and you're wanting to do free plus shipping, these are not going to suffice. Now, we'll get to that later though. The other thing is, coming down here, we have the rest of the world. So we just set up for the US. What I do for the rest of the world is I typically come in, just going to delete all the stuff they have here. Okay. And I just call it international shipping. And this is going to be based off of just it being international shipping and handling. And it's legit just going to be $9.95. So if we're shipping it overseas, it's just going to be $10, which is kind of cool because it doesn't necessarily cost us more to ship to New Zealand and Australia from some of our vendors as it would to ship it to the US. It's just that typically people understand if they're buying something from a store that's international, shipping is going to be a bit more expensive because, well, it's having to go further. It's having to go overseas. So I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm getting ahead of myself, but Australia is like one of the top converting countries that I've marketed to. There's not as much volume as we would get, like, say, in the US. But what I love about marketing to Australia is that, number one, they convert really well. The people in Australia typically leave great comments. They're very engaged for whatever reason. And I know I'm making a little bit more money on the shipping and handling in some cases, not all cases, right? Because it's a blanket shipping rate. But I know that I'm making a little bit more money on some of the items I sell because the shipping doesn't increase on some of the items I sell. But again, like, I can't go in and set up unique shipping prices for every item on my store because that would be an absolute nightmare to manage. How many of you in here would agree that it would be a nightmare to manage unique shipping rates for every single one of the products on your store? Just say nightmare in the chat box. I tried to do it. It wasn't worth it. It just wasn't worth it. So that said, y'all, I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the apps that we have available that can really get you past the basic shipping settings, okay? So inside of your store building software, step number 3 is where you can get a discounted price on these apps right here: Pixel Magic, Social Boost, Billy Optin, Audience Accelerator, Shipping Hero, and so on, okay? Now, Shipping Hero is a major game changer. It in itself is worth more than the bundle. Again, don't have to have it. But if you don't, at this point, you might see the value in having Shipping Hero. So let me show you real fast, okay? So Shipping Hero will install on your store, and it will automate all of the shipping and handling for you. All of the rules, all of the unique products, everything. So we know that we can have more money made off of shipping and handling. And we know that we literally fill in all of the gaps. And we know that we can do free plus shipping, sell retail products, do $5 flash sales. Cool thing about this app is that we have what's called global rules. All right, so I'm gonna click on global rules real quick. And any of you that have this app or that get this app, and again, it's not required, okay? This is just a way to enhance your life, enhance your business, and save time. Because let me tell you something right now. If you spend all of your time playing with shipping and handling, right, you're not focused on marketing and making sales. If you spend all of your time trying to fix the gaps in your shipping and handling that customers are able to kind of weasel through, that costs you money, you're leaving money on the table. So we have these like default done for you shipping and handling rules that get set up on your store. So when you install this app, all you have to do is come over here to settings and simply hit activate right here. It says app settings, enable, poof. You don't have to set up weight shipping. You don't got to set up price shipping. You don't got to set up domestic shipping or worldwide shipping. It's just done. Like imagine just pressing a button and it's just done. You don't have to worry about it. So we went in and we set up all of the global rules for you. I'm going to kind of show you a little bit about how this works. Okay. So you'll see we have done for you shipping rules for retail plus free plus shipping. Then we just have our default rule set. And then we have a couple of other ones called like $100. If you spend $100, you get free shipping. And we have shipping rules where it will sacrifice retail rates to get people to buy more free items for free plus shipping promos. We have kind of the $5 flash sale shipping settings. They're already preloaded for you. But let me just kind of show you how this works. We use these really powerful filters. There's no other app in the world that I've seen that does what this does. Now, let me preface it with this, all right? You should never have to go in and mess with any of these settings. If you have this app, it's just simply done for you, okay? But if you desire for further customization, you're able to go in and you're able to do that. And real quick, how many of you in here would agree that it is worth paying for the app to get rid of the headache of one of the most important pieces of the puzzle in a business that you plan to grow and scale? How many of you in here would agree it's probably worth paying for an app that just makes sure that it's done for you? Just say yes in the chat box. I'm not trying to sell it to you. I don't even have a link to give you to go buy it. Like you would have to go find it in your store build software to take up that deal. I'm just pointing out that this is a really big deal here. So, and I'm going to show you another feature that it has too, because I imagine those of you that really want to crush it, if it's within your budget to have the apps, you're probably going to get them. So what it's going to do is the rules are set up to say, look, if somebody gets 2 or more free plus shipping products, charge them $9.95 per product. So they buy 2 free items, it would be 20 bucks. All right. It's going to also go in and say if they get 2 from an international country, charge them $9.95. All right. There's another rule in here that says if they just get 1 product, charge them a little bit more. So what are we doing? If people get 2 products, they buy more stuff that makes me more money, right? They get a little discount. People will spend money to save money, even with shipping and handling. All right. I'm going to repeat that. I want you to write it down. People will spend money to save money. Okay. It was like, I have a friend that was telling me that he's going to buy a truck at the end of the year. He had to buy this new truck for his business because it could be a great write-off for his business. And again, I'm not great with taxes and all that stuff, but I'm going to buy this truck. and I'm going to save all of this money on taxes. I'm like, yeah, but the truck is, you're still spending like $60,000 to save 20,000. So that mentality goes from a couple of dollars to tens of thousands of dollars. People will spend money to save money. So this is built to take advantage of that and offer people better deals on shipping and handling if they buy more stuff. All right. So all we have to do is set this up, install it on our store, and everything's good to go. But here's another issue with Shopify's settings. Let's say that somebody buys a free plus shipping product off your store. That's like a special promo. It's $0.00, but you're going to get that $9.95 for shipping and handling. Okay. But then that customer comes over to your store and says, well, okay, I want this free item because it looks really cool. I want to take advantage of that promotion. But I also saw this glass rinser that's $17. I want to add that to my shopping cart too. What happens is with the basic Shopify shipping settings is it gets confused. Shopify's like, whoa, wait. What shipping rate am I going to charge this customer? The retail shipping rate of $4.95 or that $9.95 for the free item? Does that make sense? Just say that makes sense in the chat box, because this is important, because we're going to be showing you sales promotion strategies, right? And if you implement those strategies and you're not set up properly, you have this gap, you can leave money on the table. So Shopify gets confused. So I spent tens of thousands of dollars to not have to worry about the confusion, not to have to lose like money because things aren't set up right, just to have an app I can press one button on that has pre-built rules that, well, I finessed these myself, created these myself, to do it all for me, right? And they're right there. And you can turn them on, you can turn it off. But I started thinking, as a drop shipper, shipping and handling is a place where drop shippers make profit. And fear also can create more sales. It could create more profit. And when somebody's buying a product offline, right, or online, how many of you would agree that some people fear their item, especially these days, is gonna get lost in the mail? Just type in lost. All right, I see lost. I think Anthony may be giving me COVID. I'm up here sniffing like crazy too. I see everybody in the chat saying you're sniffing. I'm trying to stay away from them. But you know, packages get lost, right? How many of you in here would agree that a lot of people go in and they pay a little bit of extra money for insured shipping for a product that could be a Christmas gift or a holiday gift or a special sale that they don't want to miss out on? They pay a little bit more money for it. So with Shipping Hero, this is included in those apps. One of the things that I built in is called bump shipping, okay? So it's called bump shipping, it's right here. And you can enable bump shipping and you can create an upsell on your Shopify store in the shipping and handling settings. So when a customer gets to shipping and handling, we can call this insured shipping and handling. And then we could say, guaranteed package protection, 100%. Okay. Then we can say, hey, all right, if somebody wants package protection, all right, we just want to charge them an extra $2.50. So when somebody gets to the checkout and they've got the items in their cart, they're buying Christmas gifts, Valentine's Day gifts, holiday gifts, whatever it is, or just something that they personally want, and they see that shipping is, you know, $4.95, right? And they see for extra measly $2.50, they can insure a no questions asked guaranteed package protection policy that if something happens to their package and they call us or email us, we're not going to say, oh, you got to call UPS about that. Like, a lot of companies, so you got to talk to FedEx. They're responsible. They lost your package. Now, here's the thing is, from my experience, and we've done over 100,000 orders, I think, on our Shopify store, very few packages ever get lost. They ever get lost. Literally, we very rarely have it happen. But if we're getting an extra, let's say orders ring every day, if we're getting an extra 10 people or so to take this, that's an extra $25 a day, right? That adds up big time, especially if you're new. So just by adding that little option of $2.50 for guaranteed package protection and getting a percentage of your customers to take it, what happens here is we now have the ability to create more money. That extra $2.50 per customer, that extra $25 a day can make or break your ads. I mean, what if you're spending, I don't know, what if you're spending let's say $50 a day on advertising, and you're only making $50 a day, right? So you're breaking even. That's still good because you're building an email list. We'll talk about it later. Don't worry about it. But it's awesome to break even. But if you have that little bitty bump insured shipping available right there, and your customers take that, that could be just what you need to throw yourself into a profit and start scaling, where that $50 could turn into $70, and that 70 could turn into 100 and beyond, because you're able to get more traffic, thus more customers and more sales potential, right? So just by installing this app on your store, you're able to create this bump upsell at the shipping and handling level, which I've really never seen anybody else do, and have everything automated. So you really got two options here, and I'm just going to be cut and dry about it. You can have the basic settings like I just showed you in Shopify, where you set up the $4.95 and $9.95, and you can operate, and guess what? You're going to be okay, right? You're going to be fine if you do that. But you are going to leave money on the table, and you are going to end up, probably as you grow and scale your store, missing out on the ability to do some types of promotions because it's too complicated. Or you can, get an app and click a button, and your shipping settings are just set up for you. You don't have to do anything. No shipping zones, none of that junk. And you can hopefully start making more money off of bump upsells with shipping and handling. I'll show you an example of it later. I will say this. Shipping Hero requires that you have shipping carrier calculated rates. So when you get this app in the bundle, all you have to do is hit up Shopify support. So I don't even use their support anymore. No reason to, but they have their own support in here somewhere. I'll find it. And you can tell them that you'd like to upgrade your account to have shipping carrier calculated rates, because you're going to need that for this particular app to work. And they'll just give you, they'll tell you what it costs to upgrade your account to do that. It's not much. Generally, they'll ask you to, do like an annual for your store or something without having to upgrade to the higher tier plan. So just most people do that. They give you a big discount on it, and it's a win-win for everybody. And this, I believe, would pay for itself. But most importantly, you just simply want to make sure that your shipping and handling settings are 100% set up and ready to go. Okay. How many of you in here feel like you just learned something about shipping and handling, though? Just go ahead and say yes in the chat box. Cool. Awesome. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to throw to my brother Anthony. He's going to come up here and he's going to give you all a little bit of information about what's going to happen next. I feel like we just got through the basics, right? We're ready to dive into product research and all amazing stuff that's really going to help you out. So I'm going to step off this way so I stay away from COVID. And Anthony's going to come up here. Anthony, come on up, and I'm good to go.
All right. How's everybody doing? Can you all hear me? Just say yes if you can hear me good now. All right, just want to make sure everybody can hear me good. Awesome. So Adrian's crushing it up here, going through. It's tedious. It's tedious to go through each and every one of these things, step by step for so many people. And especially when there's so many of you in the chat box. I was answering some of your questions in the chat. So what we're going to do right now, I just want to kind of set up what's coming up next. Sorry. What's coming up next? We're going take a 10-minute break. I'm going to let our team throw that up here in just a minute. And after the break, Adrian is going to be showing you how to connect vendors. This is probably one of the most exciting things that you'll learn all weekend, right? I mean, look, the setting up your shipping and setting up all of the settings on your store so that you maximize the efficiency and the ability to make money from it, those are extremely profitable things, and those are things you need to know, right? But let's just be honest, it's like the nitty-gritty. It's not the most exciting thing to learn, but it is one of the most necessary things. What you're going to learn after the break is exciting. We're going to talk to you about vendors like Zendrop and Shine On, Pillow Profits, all these things that allow you to connect these apps to your store and populate them with literally almost anything you can imagine. I mean, at one point, Adrian was selling items that had pictures of our dogs on it, and people in fact, I saw a photo on Instagram of somebody's living room, and they had a piece of art on their wall, and it was one of Adrian's dogs. And so just random picture because someone had bought it from the store. So there's a ton of opportunity here, and that's going to be what we talk about here when we get back up. All of the apps and things work no matter where you are in the world, right? It's setting up shipping directly for the specific areas that it ends up getting shipping to. So I saw that. Was some of the questions. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a 10-minute break. Everybody go to the bathroom, get some water, do whatever you need to do, but make sure you don't exit Zoom. A lot of times it'll cause you some issues. So just put yourself, if you want to turn your camera off, you can or not. It's completely up to you. Just make sure you're back here in exactly 10 minutes when we're going to dive into adding vendors to your site. All right, 10-minute break starting now. All right. Ready to get back to it. I'm going to address a few questions. Let's see. Didn't expect a full day. Well, we said it's a 3-day event, right? So, I mean, this is a 3-day workshop. We plan to, these are some questions that we had during the break, and I'm going to address those, and then Adrian's going to come up here and show you how to connect all of your vendors to your store, which this is going to be epic, because this is going to show a lot of you how to take your store from however many products you have on it now to like an infinite number. And what's so awesome about this is you can have a like custom jewelry store done. You can have a store that's got, I know this sounds crazy, but pillows, like print on demand pillows. They're some of the most like purchased things online are these customized pillows, like throw pillows that you put on, your couch. I mean, think about how many people have a couch in their home or a bed, and then think about how many of them have throw pillows on it. Think about that, right? It's insane. So there's like all these little bitty things that you can do, and it does not require you to, to go and source all of this stuff, right? So I think it's going to be a really awesome session. So a few things to address. I saw some of you looking in the chat. Were saying you were looking for the apps in the Shopify App Store. These are private apps, so they're not in the Shopify App Store. What we'll do is whenever I'm finished, I'll put a link in the chat when Adrian comes back up here that will allow you guys to get those apps. But most all of you should have seen those inside of the store builder because Adrian talked about them inside of there. Second thing I want to address is, sorry, I'm a little winded. The one bad part about the COVID is just the lethargic, right? Can't get a deep breath. One of the other things that that we've got going on is a lot of people in the chat, or a couple people said, "Hey, what we learned this morning is super basic, right?" No. Listen, we told you up front, we're going to progressively get more and more and more into it, right? We have to start off with the basics because while a lot of you think, oh, I got the basics down, I understand the basics, I'm good with the basics, teach me something else, teach me something I didn't already know, right? Well, there's two problems with that, okay? Number one is that there's a lot of people in here that don't know the basics, okay? And so I think that, taking care of everybody is smart. And number two, understanding the basics is important. I used to do live seminars, okay? I had a lot of people that would be, I had 500 people in a room with me live, and I would teach. And it was when I was really young. I think I was 24. I know where I was though. I was in Fort Myers, Florida. And for anybody here from Fort Myers, Florida? Yes? Let's see if we got any Fort Myers, Florida people in the room. Just put a yes in the chat box. So tiny spot. So I don't expect too many people from Fort Myers. I don't see anybody from Fort Myers, but let me just tell you something. If you've ever been to Fort Myers, you know that Fort Myers is, the average age there is a little older, right? It's like a retirement place. So I come rolling in there at 24 years old to teach. Everybody in the room was 50 plus. And I had this guy sitting on the front row. He had a Rolex watch on. And I was teaching them how to advertise on Google. So this was a good many years ago. And there's a lesson in this for all of you. And it's one that I want you to pay attention to. I was teaching them how to advertise on Google. And I was teaching the basics. I already know the basics, he says. I already know the basics. I said, well, but you need to listen to these basics, right? So part of my basics were set your daily advertising budget to $5 a day for the first 7 to 10 days. That way, if you've made any mistakes, right, it doesn't really cost you a lot of money. Well, he didn't listen to me because he already knew all the basics, right? He's like, why? He was throwing his hands up. Why am I here to learn the basics? I know the basics, right? Fast forward 2 weeks later. He calls my office. He's screaming. I could hear him screaming at the person on the phone. He's screaming at him, I'm like, man, what's wrong with this guy? Well, he just lost $13,000. I'm like, lost $13,000? How is that even possible? He's only been in this program for 7 days. 7 times 5 is $35, right? Get on the phone with him, and he's screaming and hollering, telling me I taught him how to do everything wrong, And I said, no, I didn't. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing. But here's the deal. I'm going to log into your account with you on screen share. And if you've set everything up the way that I told you to set it up, except your daily budget, because you're too smart to learn the basics, right? I said, I'll pay your $13,000, right? I'll pay you the 13 grand. I'll give you your money back, all the money you lost, right? And I'll go take a class to learn how to do what I do, because it's virtually impossible to spend $13,000 and not make one single sale. So we log in, and it turns out that when he set his ads up, instead of sending his ads, instead of sending people to his website, he sent people to anthonymorrison.com. So his destination URL and his ads was my website address, which, by the way, doesn't even sell anything. So I showed him this simple mistake that he made. And I said, recall that class that I taught where you told me you have a Rolex. You've clearly had success. You don't need to learn the basics. You put me in my place. Now I'm putting you in yours. The basics matter. And the reason that we taught you some of the basic settings here is because those basic settings can be the difference between you making a ton of money with your store and you failing with your store. Really and truly, everybody thinks that it's all the extravagant stuff, but a lot of times it's the nitty-gritty basics that truly make a difference in your model, okay? And having those basics right out of the gate are super, super important, all right? So please bear with us. As we go further, and we're going into it now, Adrian's gonna come on and teach you guys how to add more products to your store through these vendors, which is really exciting, okay? This is the exciting stuff. We will be taking a lunch break very shortly, all right? Like I said, I think around 12:30, 12:40, is that right? 12:40 or so, Central Standard. So about 2 hours or so. We'll go a little under 2 hours. We're gonna take a lunch break. We'll probably end the main session today around 3 o'clock. And then we'll have our VIP session, which starts after this session. Any of you that have a VIP ticket, you got an email that has a specific Zoom link for VIP. So VIP will be hosted on a different link. The replays of this event are going to be sent to everybody that has VIP access on Monday. Okay, so we have to get all the files together. We can't send you a replay of something that's happening today. So we've kind of set the stage. I'll, of course, give you a breakdown of what's going to happen tomorrow and Sunday during this event as well, and the hours that we'll be doing it. And I'll give you that at the end of the day. So for now, what I'm going to do is bring Adrian up, and I'm going to let him jump in and start teaching you how to connect all these awesome vendors to your store. So here he comes.
Okay, cool. Glad to be back. Glad to be back. Anthony, thanks for covering some of those questions. I'm super ADD, so like the live events, like for me to be looking, I see all of your cameras. If I just wave to me in the camera, well, I should be waving to you here. What's up, y'all? Reading the chat box, typing in stuff. Like I am, very laser focused type of guy. But one thing I will say about the apps, some of you had asked like why they're private apps, why they're not on the Shopify store. The apps that we have, I built for my personal store. I didn't have intent to ever, offer them to anyone else. Then I saw it could help my student base. Plus, people that aren't in my training, I don't want them to have my apps because they're going to blow up my support. And support is a nightmare, when people don't go through actual training to learn how to use stuff. So we just kind of keep them private. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen again in just a moment. And I'm going to walk you through some of the vendors that we recommend. And I mean, this is where it gets fun. Like I am going to be honest, like as important as all that stuff was that I just taught, and it really is important. Like it bores me out of my mind. Anthony did a great job even reminding me of how important some of that stuff is. But I'm just going to log in real quick to another account. So just give me a second. All right, one moment. And let me see. And I'm going to pull up some stuff. We're going to talk about print on demand. We're going to talk about launching products, some of the vendors we haven't really spoken about before. And again, since I'm not on my main computer, I'm not logged into all my stuff. So I have to list my passwords here and I got to type it all in. But I'm going to get this typed in and we should be good to go. All right, so just 1 second here. Try not to have any awkward pauses or anything like that. Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm in. Yes, okay, sweet. All right, awesome. All right, so what we're going to do is go over some of the top vendors that we recommend. We've all seen Zendrop, and Zendrop is kind of where we plug in, you know, the full set of products, right? But there are other vendors that we use, just like Shine On, Pillow Profits, T-Launch. There's a difference between drop shipping versus print on demand. And I like to do both. And if you do your store right, then you'll find that drop shipping, like generic products, are a great lead-in and lead magnet to print on demand stuff. Like Anthony was saying, we have people that have bought pictures of my dogs. It's crazy, but you don't have to sell pictures of your dogs or your children or anything like that. You can find kind of like done for you artwork and done for you stuff that you can just kind of copy and paste on. So that's kind of what I'm trying to pull up right now so I can show you all some really great examples. But Google Drive is being kind of silly right now. It's pulling up all Anthony's stuff and not all of my stuff, which is not really ideal, but I think I've got it figured out. Okay, cool. I have it figured out now. That's good. That's what we wanted. We don't want Anthony's files. We want all of my files to come up on here. Okay. So some of the vendors that we use, I'm just going to type them out real quick. So let me just zoom in here and I'll share my screen. And y'all let me know once my screen is shared, because I don't do tons and tons of Zooms. Okay. So screen should be shared. You should all see kind of like a blank Google Doc. Can everybody see it? Just say yes. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Well, what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna talk about some of the top vendors that I recommend. I'm gonna show you the good things about them. So our top Shopify vendors. And a couple of things that you should know before we get started is when I type on stuff like this, I like to make sure it looks good. So I might be a little bit more high maintenance in note taking than most people, because I just want it to look good for you. I want it to be consumable for you. So there are a couple of different types of vendors. Type number one, okay, is going to be, there we go. All right. Let's just say generic drop shipping. Okay. So you've got generic items with Zendrop. You've got generic items with AliExpress. And yeah, we still use AliExpress. And you also have CJ drop shipping. All right. So these would be vendors that we use. And I know AliExpress seems like, oh my God, AliExpress, but AliExpress has some really great vendors. You just have to find them. You have to dig and you have to message with them. Like our vendors from AliExpress that we use legitimately send us like Christmas cards and stuff. Like my wife, Casey, she does this all with me, and she handles a lot of our vendor relations. Like she's just really great at finding products and talking with talking with the different vendors, and all of the AliExpress vendors love her, and they don't really like me near as much. You know, they're like sending her cards without even my name on them. And I'm like, wait a second, I'm sending all the traffic, you know, but you can find that you can build some pretty solid relationships. And then CJ drop shipping also is, it's like AliExpress, but it's a lot more finessed, and there are a lot more options and a lot more US suppliers on there. But we really recommend Zendrop, okay? Because we know they're US based. I have dinner with the founder. We go get in the cold plunge together and do these cool like spa days and stuff, talk about business and everything. And it's they're good people, and I'm very integrated. And so I'm very comfortable recommending their service to y'all. And again, we invested in their company. We like them so much. So generic drop shipping. So we're selling products such as, like if I just pop over here to AliExpress, all right, we're selling products a lot like what we already preloaded on your store. But, you know, we're selling tactical flashlights, stuff like that. I've sold an immense amount of these miniature tactical flashlights. These right here, gangbusters. Like, people are always going to want tactical flashlights. All right. So these are the type of products, when I say generic drop shipping, we're talking about stuff that is on your store. The stuff that is not yet on your store, because we can't preload stuff like this on your store, is going to be print on demand. And the cool thing about print on demand is you can create really unique products that people want to buy and will pay more money for. So for print on demand, one of our favorite vendors is Shine On. We actually have Shine On that's going to be here tomorrow to teach you how to launch products and give you an inside look at some of their hottest trending products right now with their platform. They were just on the phone with me yesterday telling me about some of the really cool things that they're doing and new products that they're launching. We also have a vendor called Pillow Profits. Pillow Profits is a US-based company, but all of their factories are in China. But they also have DHL Express. DHL Express is real fast shipping. So when somebody gets a product purchased from your store, within like 10 to 12 days, it's delivered. We're talking about a custom printed product. Because with print on demand products, like the shirt with the logo or whatever isn't just sitting in inventory, right? The print on demand companies see the order, they have to process it, they have to print it, and then they ship it out. So print on demand has that little delay where the item is in production. And if you don't know what print on demand is, it's essentially drop shipping with custom goods, but you're able to, sell and list as many different types of custom items as you want without actually having to hold any inventory. And this can make your store feel a lot more unique and a lot less generic, which is a good thing. All right, and the other vendor that we like to use is T-Launch. I've sold an immense amount of products from T-Launch, okay? So these are on the App Store on Shopify, but with Shine On, all right, you can go to, I would just say, profitph.com/shine. If you want to go through my partner link with Shine On, you'll be tagged as a student of mine and Anthony's. And when they see that you're one of our students, typically they want to make sure they treat you top notch because, they want to make sure that we continue to do business with them and they're good friends. Pillow Profits, a link to get Pillow Profits is going to be amsecretlink.com/profits. And the reason that one is a secret link is because, again, it's a special partner link with Pillow Profits where they do some really cool things for my students here and there, like give away product sets and images and graphics and stuff like that. And then T-Launch, I don't have any special link with T-Launch. It's just, I know their founder. He's a really great person, and I've done a lot of business with them. So you can go get the apps of those links, and you'll probably get a little bit of extra stuff. Shine On is completely free. Pillow Profits does charge $29 a month, and T-Launch is completely free, okay? And then, of course, ZenDrop is free unless you upgrade to some of their other features, and AliExpress and CJ Dropshipping are obviously free. Okay, so here's my goal. My goal is to show you how to use both of them together because most people only do one. All right, most people only do one. And I'm gonna just kind of give you an example of how, for me, this turned out to be one of the most profitable ventures for my e-commerce store in my career by combining the two. The great thing about generic drop shipping, okay, is generic drop shipping stuff is ultra cheap. So these are ultra cheap plus I should say, what's the word I'm looking for? Not an urgency, impulse. All right, they create impulsive purchasing, all right, purchasers, all right, equal a lead magnet. Okay, so what is a lead magnet? A lead magnet is something that is designed to be really sexy, have a sizzle to it, be really cheap, a high value proposition to get and acquire a lead or a customer. Does that make sense? Just say yes, makes sense. In the chat box. Okay, perfect. So one of the first products that I sold was a LED glow collar. And if I just come over here into my store and open up apps, we'll go to ZenDrop. Hopefully it already got me logged in. Thank you. That's very nice first product set to pop up while we're live. That's fantastic. So we'll type in LED dog collar, okay? So this is actually the product right here. It's 81 cents, okay? My goal here isn't just to show you, oh, here are vendors. I want you to understand marketing. I want you to understand how to run your store and think through choosing products and choose wisely. Understand why you're going to use ZenDrop for this and you're going to use Pillow Profits for that, okay? So this LED dog collar still slaps. I mean, it still hits. We still sell it to this day. And it is shocking, right? It stops you in the feed because it looks cool. And also, it's fear-induced purchases. We talked about fear-induced purchasing earlier because people don't want to lose their pet. And it protects them, right? At night from getting hit by a car or getting lost back in the woods or something like that. So people will buy it to protect their pet. They'll impulsively buy it because they think that it looks cool. They'll also buy it in different quantities. They might buy 3 or 4 because I think we all know that one person that has way too many pets in their house. How many of you in here would agree with me on that? So, you know, my neighbor Susie, she's going to get 5 or 6, all right? And they're going to get them for their cat too. But here's the thing, they're cheap. We can sell them for 10, 12 bucks. We actually have sold them for upwards of $15. We get them for about $2.50. So we got a great profit margin built into this, and ZenDrop will it'll take care of it for us. We don't see it, we don't touch it, we don't worry about inventory, we don't ship it. ZenDrop does everything for us. A perfect lead magnet, a great product to sell as a generic dropship product through ZenDrop, okay? But let me ask you this. How many of you in here can answer this question? Anybody that buys this dog collar from our store, by the way, we've sold over 60,000 of these dog collars, okay? What would you think that lead might be interested in buying later? Can you answer me in the chat box? Anybody that buys a glow dog collar, what would they be interested in buying in the future? I see, okay, well, y'all are smart. More dog items. Some of you are saying leash, a flashlight, like, you know, complimentary items, absolutely. But just more dog products. My dog is 3 pounds, Maverick. He's got more toys than he could ever do anything with. He didn't even use them. Just like pile up as a mound of toys. People spend a lot of money on their pets, which also we'll talk more about product research later today, but we want to find products with new customer generation every day and people that just love to blow money on what they love. All right, so at this point, when I saw that I was selling these like crazy, 60,000+ of these bad boys, okay? My next thought was, okay, well, what else could I sell? All right, so I'm coming in here, I gotta find products, and I type in like dog toy, okay? Or dog leash. All right, there's tons of dog toys, all right, that come up. We know that people love to buy dog toys. All right, we also know that some of y'all said dog leash because there's a matching LED dog leash right here. Here's one that has a light on it and glows. All right, all makes sense. But the problem with these products is that they're all really cheap and I'm only scooping like $7 profit. So I have to create a lot of customers if I want to make a lot of money. And what you don't want to have to do is sell 60,000 units of everything that is on your store. How many of you in here would agree with me in that? It would be great to sell less and earn more, right? So the drop ship products that are generic, we go for high volume. We're looking for like, one product winners, right? Something that is going to build me a list of people interested in a specific niche that's very passionate about that niche, like dogs. And then what we do is we pivot a little bit to print on demand. And with print on demand, what we did is we started selling products like t-shirts is really what we started with, and pillows. And I'll show you some examples of dog quotes. So it was quotes like, I love 3 things in life: my coffee, my wine, and my dogs. And people were like buying it like crazy, like these just silly dog quotes. And I was like, okay, this works. And the thing about the print on demand items, and I'm going to show you some here in just a little bit, is that you can charge more money for them. Like a t-shirt, we're going to charge $25 for a t-shirt plus shipping and handling. So we're going to scoop $30 in an order instead of 10. A pair of yoga pants. I can't believe people buy this stuff. I cannot believe that people buy some of the stuff that I've put online, which also, write this down. The number one rule to marketing, I'm serious, write this down. The number one rule to marketing is nobody cares what you think and nobody cares what you like, because you ain't buying your own inventory, right? Other people are. So the only thing that matters is, what do the people want? And what you also need to write down is, give the people what they want. If they want ugly pictures of dogs on a purse or a pair of yoga pants, give it to them, right? And so in learning that, when I started launching products, I was like, I would never buy this. That's a big mistake. Never say, I would never buy this, because you're not buying it. Other people are, right? And so I started launching these weird things with print on demand outside of quotes, like literally pictures of dogs on weird items. And those same people, those 60,000 people that are now on my email list, started buying the pictures of dogs on yoga pants for 79 bucks. I paid $20 for a pair of yoga pants out the door. I'm scooping literally a $50 profit all of a sudden. So now a customer that comes in my store that was buying one of these little leashes that makes me like $5 or $6 now is making me $50. Does that make sense? Just type in 50 if that makes sense. Anna says, how do you get an email list? Well, number one is you do that step I said in our last session in the settings, where you make sure that people opt into your email marketing. Number two is you show up for our email marketing session, which is going to happen tomorrow. Okay. But $50. And here's another thing I found. I found that if somebody would buy a picture of a dog on yoga pants, that same person will buy a picture of a dog on a pair of shoes, on a backpack, on bedding, on pillows, on blankets, on shower curtains. All right, I'm about to show you some really cool stuff. And my customers, what we have is called a, let me get back to my notes over here. You can tell I'm more excited talking about this, right? It's really fun. But with print on demand, what we do is we get, number one, high average order value. That's AOV, okay? And number two, we get high customer lifetime value, which is called LTV. All right. So these are two things that print on demand can do for you. They can create high AOV and high LTV. Okay. Average order value is the amount of money someone spends while they're on your store. The more that is, the more you're likely going to make. Lifetime value is the value of that customer over time coming back and making repeat purchases. And when you combine generic drop shipping with ZenDrop, and then print on demand with Shine On and Pillow Profits and T-Launch all together, you can get high AOVs and high LTVs. And this is how you create a wildly successful e-commerce store, because y'all aren't here to just try to make a couple of bucks and dip your toes in the water, right? How many of you are in here to learn how to build a real e-commerce empire? Just type in empire in the chat, right? So the strategies moving forward are designed to teach you how to build an empire. Now, I can't go and do it for you, right? But I'm just showing you how I did it. So these vendors here are very important. All right, so with ZenDrop, y'all know a lot about ZenDrop. Incredible app. Highly recommend you upgrade to their pro plan. It's not, 100% necessary. You can start out for free with their free plan. That's, it's what I did. But they have different plans, and they'll go over them with you probably tomorrow. But, the free plan will give you access to over 1 million products. So everybody can get started for free with their free plan, okay? But then they have this stupid little thing that won't go away, this other plan, whatever it's called. Yeah, they should fix that. Their basic plan here, which gives access to automation fulfillment, custom branding, US products, importing products from AliExpress. So if they don't have something that you find on AliExpress, they will import it in and get it for you, which is epic. And their Plus plan, which is what I'm on, has access to product bundles, where you can bundle products together and get people to spend more money, right? They have private product listings and access to trending products. A lot of cool things. Recommended. Inside of your store builder software here, you have a discount code that you can use if you do want to upgrade your account. Again, you don't have to. All right, just telling you that this is there. It's not required by any means, but the discount code is ESA350. It's highlighted right here. And I believe it's going to give you 50% off of their paid plan for 3 full months. So you can try it out for 3 months at half price, which is pretty epic. I did negotiate pretty hard for that for you. Okay, so ZenDrop is great. It's amazing. I think this is where it's going to be your hub, where you're going to get products. You're going to find products. You're going to be able to discover some trending products and preload them to your store. And if you look at some of these products and you're like, I don't think anybody would buy that. Like this electric milk frother for 92 cents right here. Remember, it's a lead magnet. I bought 5 of these things for my house in Florida because I drink a lot of coffee there, and I saw it online. I was like, whoa, that is awesome. I don't have to stir with my spoon. And I'm not gonna lie, I bought these electric, not from ZenDrop, but I bought these, and like, I have fun. Like, my wife is like, okay, you have stirred your drink enough, Adrian. It's time to drink it. But they're cheap. But it brings in people that are interested in what? Can somebody tell me what an electric milk frother would bring in people that are interested in? Coffee. A huge niche, a massive addiction. And with the print on demand niche, there are so many awesome things that you could do with coffee. So ZenDrop is top notch. Then you got CJ drop shipping. I'm not going to go too much through this. I'm going to focus more on print on demand because I feel like that's where like the bigger money potential is. But CJ drop shipping, again, they have US vendors that you could use. And one thing that I like to do, and we'll go over this later, is I love just to look at CJ drop shipping trending products, because what I found is that their trending product list is not always spot on, but they have some products that really are truly spot on that are trending right now. So like this press lock shoelaces without whatever. I don't know what that is, but it looks like something pretty cool. The silicone grip device finger exercise stretcher, like it looks like something maybe my like aunt would buy me for Christmas or something that I would never use, but people buy it nonetheless. A dinosaur pet toy. So there's a great product list on here, and CJ Dropshipping is really great for looking at that. And then I go try to find those products on ZenDrop. So straight up, I'll use CJ Dropshipping to discover products sometimes, and then I go try to get them from ZenDrop because I feel like ZenDrop is going to take better care of me. I trust them more. I know customers are going to get their products, so on and so forth. Okay. Now, with print on demand, I'm going to show you some really cool stuff with some of these vendors. And this is really exciting to me. So I'm going to show you an example. Let me pull it up. Okay. This is an example of a really cool print-on-demand product that you could do with a company called Pillow Profits. This particular product is 3 pillows that look like a DJ set. I'm not a DJ, but I think it's like turntables or something. And what's neat about it is they charge per pillow, right? You're getting to buy 3 items. And just take a wild guess. I didn't run this campaign. This was my buddy's campaign he shared with me. Take a wild guess how much revenue these pillows right here generated in sales just through running Facebook ads. Michael says $100. Deborah says 1 mil. I see 10,000, 50K, 200K. All right. In revenue, I don't know what his profit margin was. Okay. But in revenue, he generated just under $500,000 selling 3 stupid looking pillows with turntables on them. Ain't nobody do that much volume if they ain't profiting. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to bring this up because I think it's a silly example, right? A silly example that speaks to just how simplistic print on demand really is. It's just that people overcomplicate it. People think I got to have, people think that I have to have, you know, a full-fledged graphic designer to do all this custom stuff. You don't. I'm going to show you how to get done for you artwork and just essentially copy and paste it on items like this. Somebody said Pillar Profits link does not work. Let me just test it real quick. So I'm going to test it real fast. It looks like it's working for me. amsecretlink.com/profits with an S, okay? Not profit, but profits with an S. And you can go install their app. So yeah, that was one little example of a product and an ad set that it was very easy for them to market. They just targeted DJs on Facebook. We'll get into all of that later. Again, the vendors that we use are the main ones I use are Shine On, Pillar Profits, and T-Launch. I'm going to go through each one and why I love them all. But first, I think we'll start with Pillar Profits since I just showed you some examples of pillows. So I'm just going to go over here into another store that already have some products live on. That's more of a demo store. Let me just pull it up real quick. It doesn't use the exact theme. It wasn't built by our store builder, but I'm just going to pull up the app so you can see. It's really incredible. The other thing about Pillar Profits is they have done for you items that graphic designers go and put in the app for you to use. It's really cool. So if I come up here to apps, I got to move my zoom controls. Those are always in the way. Open up Pillar Profits. Inside the app, Pillar Profits will show you how many orders you currently have pending, how many of the products you've sold are in production, how many are shipped, and it'll give you like your total amount of money that you've generated and the total amount of money that you have been charged for the products. Remember, customer pays you, you get the money in the bank, right? Pillar Profits then charges you, right? And you pay Pillar Profits, and then what's left over is, you know, your profit. And again, they are a US-based company. They're in Arizona, but they have DHL Express shipping, which comes from China, but it's ultra fast. And so some of the products that we can customize are like these really cool sports sneakers, car seat covers, hats, things that you would never think of, hanging shelves, pillow blankets, door socks. I don't even know what the heck a door sock is, but a real drop shipper runs this company. So the stuff that they put on, they know is actually selling. Mailbox covers, linen covers. Y'all, these bags right here, let me see if I can make them bigger. These leather tote bags, I'm gonna show you some of the pictures of dogs that I use just because I'm very heavy in the dog niche. I sold these like crazy, like absolute crazy. I sold these handbags and they bring in and command large price points. They're vegan leather and they're really big and they're high quality and they're very nice. The boots, we sold a lot of the boots. The yoga pants, we've sold a lot of these yoga pants, selling these for upwards of 85 bucks after shipping and handling. They got the sleeved blankets. All right, so all of these things you can customize, like, and put your own graphics on. And I think that one of the big misconceptions with print on demand is that print on demand is only t-shirts and hoodies. It's not. Print on demand is so much more than t-shirts and hoodies. And that you have to have a crazy custom graphic designer to go do these elaborate quotes and stuff for you. Because when I first started, everything was quotes. It was funny quotes that I found on Pinterest. So I was like, okay, how do I get a cool, unique quote and have a designer make it look good? And how do I make it fit on a hat or a t-shirt? And then I discovered that I could literally just come over here to Shutterstock. Let me just pull this up real quick. Okay. And I could get done for you artwork. Let me log into my Shutterstock account real fast. Okay, because I'm gonna show you some cool stuff. You can even do AI generated art now with Shutterstock, which is really, really cool. Let me find the login. So here we go. Password. Okay. Voila. I am in. Okay. I'm share my screen again. So you can get an account with Shutterstock and you just pay a one-time license fee for any art that you want to use from them. And I could type in something like, for example, colorful pit bull art, because I sell a lot in the dog niche and I know that pit bulls have the most passionate owners. And we could take a picture like this. I'm not joking. I've taken pictures very similar to this. Put them on coffee mugs, purses, shoes, yoga pants. Imagine how ugly this looks on yoga pants. Not to somebody that says, oh my gosh, that looks just like my pit bull. I want to put him on a pair of yoga pants, you know? And essentially we just get the image from Shutterstock, and then we come right on over here into our store. And I say, you know what? I want to take that image and you know what, dang it, I want to put it on this this purse here. And all I have to do, I don't have it downloaded and everything right now, but all I have to do, y'all, is just hit upload artwork and make sure that the size of the image fits those dimensions right there, which you can edit in Shutterstock, tell exactly how big you want the photo to be. And you just hit upload, poof, it generates the image on the purse for you with the black background, blue background, white background, whatever you want. And you just mark it up to whatever your retail price would be, 98 bucks for an extra large vegan leather tote with custom printed artwork on it. Does that make sense? How many of you in here think that that's pretty cool? I'm sorry, I can't see this far, but I think it's like a Latia name. Yes, you can use Canva 100% and you can make your own stuff, right? But I'm just showing you one thing that we do is we go in and we go to Shutterstock. Another thing that we do, and I'm not going to teach it right now, I go find struggling artists on Instagram. And this is something I teach to really high level students. Like, you know, we there's so much that we could teach. 3 days, honestly, is not enough to get to the high level stuff. But we teach how to find artists and negotiate with real artists on Instagram. Say, hey, if you'll give me all this amazing, unique artwork that you've created and create new stuff for me, then we'll spiff you like a 5% royalty on our profits. Well, the artist has nothing to lose. They have everything to gain. They give you artwork, and they get exposure because you say by artist and you link their Instagram. They get some profits, which they probably desperately need if they're a struggling artist is trying to, working on their come up. And you get to be unique. You get to have exclusive deals, right? You get to offer people really amazing quality things that make your store appear more valuable, right? And you use those lead magnets with ZenDrop and CJ Dropshipping and whatnot to get people in with different niches, right? And then you start hitting them with print on demand stuff like this right here. And I've sold, again, an immense amount of stuff. I can't quote how much I've exactly how much I have sold because I don't know, and I don't want to misquote numbers, but it is a lot of stuff here. Even this fridge door handle cover, y'all, a fridge door handle cover, you can do print on demand. We can just put patterns on something like that. So this is a really cool vendor to work with. The other thing about Pillow Profits, and one of the reasons that they charge for their app, I think, is because they have this design catalog. So in the event that you don't want to go to Shutterstock and you don't want to pay a license fee for an image, or you don't want to hire a graphic designer, or you don't want to do whatever, okay? They actually have their own designers consistently coming in and creating done-for-you designs that you can one-click launch on your store. So, for example, I could say, I want to launch 5-panel hats. I want to launch hoodies or boots or area rugs or backpacks. And it'll bring up done-for-me products in any niche pretty much. Like Valentine's Day, so they launched some really cool designs of sneakers that had hearts all over them. Right here. So you can see that they have these designs with hearts all over them. All right, so you want to be in the Valentine's hearts sneaker business? Okay, watch this. Boom, done. In about 30 seconds, these sneakers are live. They're for sale in my store. They're custom artwork, right? It's going to put the images on there. It's going to put the product description in there. Pillow Profits will have the price set up for me. We can increase the price if we want our profit margins to be better. But if I just come over here, and now it should be on my store. Anthony's computer isn't set up to double tap, so that's no fun. But let me just I don't know what just happened with this Zoom on Anthony's computer. But if I come over here and I search for Valentine's Day, then I will be able to find that product live on the store. It's just suddenly Anthony's computer is a bit out of whack, which is why I like to use my stuff. But needless to say, it is uploaded to the actual store and it's ready to be sold. So Pillow Profits has a really cool, basically done for you product catalog that you can start using. You can see this doing some really weird zooming stuff all of a sudden here. I think I got it back. There we go. Yes, figured it out. Okay, now we can search. Valentine's Day. See if it finds the products. The shoes, there they are. Our running shoes. These are live. You can see the product description is in here. Let's view it on the store. Okay, so it's got the product here. It's got the description. People can buy the sizes. It's got the sizing guide that's already done for us, and it's completely done. Now, this isn't using the template of the store you have. The template you have on the store you have is way better, right? This is an older demo store that I just had some stuff already set up on. But Pillow Profits, again, a really great app. The other thing that you can do inside of Pillow Profits with that design catalog is you hit design catalog and you can literally do it by sort everything by most popular products that are getting sold the most. and you'll see all of the different pillow designs in here, backpacks. You could come in and say, hey, look, I'm looking to only do, I don't know, we'll find like something really popular, sneakers. All right, it'll just pull up all the different designs of sneakers. And to launch these on your store, you just go boom, 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 done. And they're launched on your store. You could change the prices, set up profit margins, whatever. If you want to do something by niche, type in dog, type in wine, whatever. Now it's going to pull up all of the dog shoes. And so again, these are custom items, right? That you can sell for upwards of $100 with really, really handsome profit margins available. Yes, they do have pillows on here for sure. I know y'all are going to be hooked on pillows because I showed you that campaign. This is in alphabetical order. So if I come here and I just go ZYXOWTSRQP, okay? So pillow covers here, boom. Now we have all the different types of pillows that we can launch. Quick tip with pillows, because I'm about to move on to a different vendor. But a quick tip with pillows that made me a lot of sales is when people come in and they look at launching a pillow like this one here that says, you know, good vibes only. This is a really nice looking pillow, right? It's great. When people buy pillows though, they typically buy 2 to 4, right? Because they're putting them across the couch or they're putting them on a bed. And you're selling each pillow individually, right? So like with that campaign that we showed you, where my buddy crushed it with the DJ pillows, these right here, the trick that he used and that I used is making a pillow set that goes together, that it completes like an image of some sort. Another example of this would be these archery pillows right here. So these were actually done by a custom designer, this particular set, but this was where we were targeting the archery niche, people that like to shoot bow and arrow. And it's bow and arrows that spell love, and the O is actually the target. And so this campaign did roughly $10,000 in sales. It was a small niche, but again, that's sales revenue. But what was unique about it is it spelt a word. So people had to go in and they had to buy all 4 pillows, right? Very important strategy. Okay, so we'll talk more about that later as we get into sales promotions and strategies. But while I'm here, I wanted to point that out. So the other thing is, the other vendor is Shine On. Actually, you know what? First, we'll go to T-Launch because they're very similar. The difference between Pillow Profits and T-Launch is they have different products. T-Launch is US based with US based shipping, and their prices are a bit more expensive at T-Launch, and they do not have a done-for-you catalog that you can search for, search through. So let me just jump over here to T-Launch real quick. Pop some of these in for you. Let's go over here to apps. I've installed them already on this store. So T-Launch, take a sip of my water here. Okay. Now, T-Launch is another vendor that you can install, completely free app to use. And they have different categories such as accessories, apparel, which is what they started out with. I actually first started selling pillows with T-Launch. Then I moved to Pillow Profits. Drinkware, mugs, a big niche. I mean, again, if you were selling that froth thing from Zendrop, there's an endless supply of coffee mugs that you could sell in the coffee niche with pictures of dogs, with different quotes on it, with different designs on it. So coffee lovers collect mugs. I have like 50. I love coffee. I'm thinking about coffee right now. I don't want this water. I want coffee. And I love collecting mugs. So don't sleep on the mug niche. It is still in high demand. Us coffee lovers never run out of the desire to buy more good coffee mugs. But another thing that they sell are these insulated wine tumblers right here at the bottom right. These things hit so hard during spring break and summer. The reason that they do so well during spring break and summer is because when you're at the pool and you're at the beach and you're drinking wine or beer, you can't have glass, right? And so what I found selling these myself, one sec. What I found selling these myself is that if I targeted, and we'll get to targeting later, but 30-year-old women, like women over 30 years old, they bought these wine tumblers like crazy. Old enough to have enough money to afford to go on vacation, because, you know, typically kids, you know, they're in college debt for the next 50 years of their life. They're not going on vacations as much unless they're fortunate enough to have parents who'll pay for it. And if you're 30, you're old enough to drink. And if you're 30 years old, you've probably been through enough to want a freaking glass of wine on the weekend. You know what I'm saying? Y'all with me on this? Just say yes. And so these wine tumblers, though, you can put graphics on. And so some of the things that we would put on our wine tumblers would be like WTF, literally, like this. Hold on, let me just type it out. WTF, just big bold letters, which typically people see that and they think that this stands for, you know, a not so good word that I won't say live because, you know, I don't want my mama to get mad. And then right underneath it, it would say, wine time finally. Boom. That's all I put. That's all I put. And people loved it. So again, don't overcomplicate print on demand with elaborate designs. You can go and you can find done for you designs of Shutterstock, or you could just put some simple words, just simple text on something, and it will pop off. It'll do really, really good. Again, you can come over here to Shutterstock and we could say, we're looking for red wine design. And it'll pull up all sorts of designs. Like you could cover something in like this kind of print where it's like wine glasses and wine bottles. By the way, with pillows, I kid you not, I'm also pretty heavy in the wine niche. People love wine. I went to Shutterstock and I found some images of spilt red wine. See if I could find a couple of them. I might have to dig deep, actually. So we'll just do red wine splash. Type in a couple different words. Yeah, there we go. Some of this. Oh, this was actually kind of like very similar. And I found these blotches of different reds. And I literally took this image and I copy and pasted it on a pillow, not this exact one, but something like this. And I called them spilt wine, the spilt wine pillow set, right? And I targeted it to wine lovers because I had been selling some lead magnet products, generic drop shipping products to wine lovers. And I made a pillow set of pillows that looked like they had spilt wine on them. How many of you in here think that that's ridiculous? It's okay, you could be honest. Just say ridiculous in the chat box. And people bought them like crazy. They were intentionally buying pillows with pictures of spilt wine on the pillows. Yo, just go get a bottle of wine from the liquor store and pour it on your own pillows at home. You know, like, I don't get it. But again, the number one rule to marketing is Nobody cares what you think and nobody cares what you like. So when you're doing print on demand, anything goes. Try anything. All right. Okay, so that would be with T-Launch. These wine tumblers hit really good. You got all these different types of tumblers for fitness people, for beachgoers, coffee lovers. You got different home goods in here. So during the holidays, the stockings can sell really well. These fleece blankets, I've sold a lot of the fleece blankets. So for fleece blankets, what I'll do is I'll typically go to Shutterstock and I'll say, like, let's get a galaxy background. And there's all these amazing images that come up, and I can legitimately essentially copy and paste, but we're uploading the image to T-Launch, and I can launch a blanket that looks like a galaxy. It's very generic, and it can sell really well. I'll show you a quick example. So I'm gonna come over here, products. Type in galaxy. And this will be an example of what it would look like when you launch it. Okay? So we have it listed at 45 bucks, the same galaxy we just saw on Shutterstock. It's gonna have different images of the blanket, and it's gonna have a full description of the blanket, and poof, now we're selling blankets. And people love buying these fleece blankets. It's pretty incredible what you can do with print on demand. And some of the other blankets that we've launched, let me see if I can find one more, because Pillow Profits does blankets too, that do really well. Let's see, I think it was, maybe it was this one right here, where we did something a bit more custom that says, proud pit bull mama, or proud pit bull parent. So we would launch products with specific dog breeds on them too. Let me try to find one more blanket. Valentine's Day personalized blankets. Here's another example. Okay, so blankets that have quotes on them, like this one says, there's only one thing to do, 3 words for you, I love you, right? So you can do blankets like this. So there's a lot of stuff that you could do, and a lot of the stuff I would have never, ever thought about actually doing myself, right? I learned how to do product research, which later this afternoon, I'm gonna show you how to do competition research, product research, and how I mimic success, because I'm not the type of person that's gonna come in here and say, oh, blankets, let me think of a cute quote to put on there, or let me think of a cool image to put on there. Most everything that I have done and I've sold is been mimicking someone else's success and just making it better and being a bit more creative. Like, I get a general idea of what's working for other people, and then I have the experience and the knowledge, which hopefully I'm able to convey to you this weekend and moving forward, to make it more unique and make it better and have a better value proposition and a better profit margin, and how to optimize your store even better so it's optimized more for conversions and customer lifetime value with email marketing and average order value, because you've got cross sells and upsells and people want to buy more stuff from you. That's the key to winning, right? So finding the products that sell, in my opinion, is like the easiest part. It's the easiest part, because people are already out there doing the work for you, okay? There's already tons of people around the world doing print on demand and drop shipping, and they're launching ads, and they're losing money figuring out what does not work. Does that make sense? So let them test. Let them lose money figuring out what doesn't work. And in a bit, I'm gonna show you how to do product research, and we're just gonna scoop in and we're gonna take the wheel and we're just gonna start rolling it. We're not gonna try to invent it. We're gonna mimic success, and we are going to cut out a lot of the obstacles, a lot of the heartache, a lot of the stress. And when you learn how to do that and you stop thinking and you just start doing and mimicking, then launching products becomes very easy. And the more you launch, the more likely you are to find your big winner, because you really are only one product away from breaking through, right? So some of the other things that they have, wall art has sold very well, but I think it's kind of like gone downhill a little bit. But this is a really great vendor. They sell Apple Watch straps, phone chargers. I mean, they're phenomenal. The home goods section always sells very, very well. The shower curtains, we've sold a good bit of those, I believe. So it's a great vendor. Again, it's called T-Launch. You can find them on the Shopify app store. And maybe later this week, I'll go in and I'll actually, launch some products for you and give you some examples. But it really doesn't go much more, y'all, beyond, oh, you want to do this 10-ounce camping mug right here? You click on it, and they're just going to say, upload the photo that you want. They're going to say the photo needs to be this specific dimension right here. So you can zoom in. It needs to be these dimensions, which you can easily do with Shutterstock. And then all you do is upload the image, and then you launch it. And you tell them how much you want to sell it for, and they tell you what their price is. It's $9.25. So you might sell it for $19.95. And how do you find other cool mugs? Well, we'll go over that later. I'm going to show you how I find other cool mugs that are working right now and that are selling right now, so we can mimic that success. Now, so far, just real quick before I move on, how many of you in here in this session feel like you've learned a lot about the difference between print-on-demand vendors and generic dropship vendors, and the importance of using both of those types of vendors? Just say me in the chat box, okay? Like, that right there is, I think, imperative knowledge to have moving forward into building your e-commerce empire, is understanding how to leverage both of those and the reasons why and the use cases for each. I always use Zendrop style products to build my list and to build targeting so I can start selling print on demand products with T-Launch and Pillow Profits. The other vendor that we use, and they'll actually be coming on tomorrow to do a session for y'all, is Shine On. So actually, I think I got to go to this store because I have Shine On installed on this store. So Shine On is an amazing app. Eric Taz, their founder, a good friend of mine. I met Eric at a e-commerce event a long time ago, right when he launched this, and he was just selling like 2 or 3 items within the app. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Now it's grown to be the biggest jewelry selling app on the Shopify app store. They have 2 factories that I know of, one in New Jersey, one in Tampa, Florida. They employ, I believe that they employ, moms and help them, like they specifically, I think, have this goal of hiring like moms to go in and the factories and stuff and help customize and do the jewelry and stuff, which is really cool for them to do. And things get shipped out in like 3 to 5 days, 3 to 5 days, and it's fully custom. They actually have this, let's see if I could find it, live from the factory here. Oh, they have a factory in Amsterdam and St. Petersburg, Florida. So you can actually, with Shine On, get a live view, and that's what we're looking at right now, of their factory in St. Petersburg, Florida. And you can see what is going on. You can see that people are in there working, although right now I think they might be on lunch break because I just saw one dude in the back walk out. You can go over here to Amsterdam and see what their factory in Amsterdam is doing, which is, I don't know, maybe they're not, I don't know what time it is over there, but they're not live in Amsterdam. But it's really neat. They're a very transparent company to put literally live feeds in their factories so you can see what's going on, which I thought was really cool. But more importantly, it's their catalog that has me, really impressed. So jewelry is something that will always have customer regeneration. Jewelry is something that people put high value perception onto. And if you're buying your spouse, your partner, your mom or your dad a piece of jewelry, you don't want it to look or feel cheap, right? Jewelry usually is purchased with emotion. And Shine On had this really cool training where their founder said, if it makes them cry, they'll buy. All right. If they cry, they will buy when it comes to jewelry. They'll talk more about that tomorrow. But people want to spend more money on jewelry because there's meaning behind it. And they do custom laser etched jewelry that is very high quality, very heavy stuff. And they will let you customize it, or they will let you just sell straight up jewelry. So you could launch your own jewelry business where you're selling really incredible products that are high quality with very little effort. Like these watches right here. I've sold an immense amount of watches, but like when Father's Day comes up, these watches pop off because people buy these really nice watches, and then Shine On will engrave a message, let someone engrave a personal message to their dad, right, on the back of these watches, or to their boyfriend, or to their husband, or whatever. So like they have really amazing products with emotion, right, behind them. One of the other things that I really like, we had Eric on one of my webinars recently. Let me see which one it was. Maybe it was, oh yeah, these right here. So this necklace right here that says Emma in the center, I can one click publish that to my store. Boom, done. And I was showing this on one of my webinars a couple of weeks ago. A lot of celebrities, especially the Kardashians, they wear these necklaces that look just like this one that says Emma in the center that have a name on them. So they'll have their kid's name on them. Like I bought my wife one with her name on it. Then I bought her one with Drake's name on it, which is our 13-week-old son. And the reason people really want these is because they see these big fashion celebrities wearing them, like the Kardashians. Even my father-in-law, he is a good old country boy, wears camo pretty much every day, spends his vacations at hunting camp, and really just enjoys, you know, sitting on the beach and drinking a beer, okay? Cares nothing about fashion, nothing about jewelry. He just, you know, is a good old country boy. He saw Casey wearing a necklace like this one that says Emma, but it said Casey on it. And we were at a pool in Florida, and Casey was wearing it. And about a month and a half later, he sent me a text. And he didn't text a lot because, again, he's not tech savvy. Usually when he sends a text message, it's okay or 10-4, right? And he sent me a picture that he took of Casey and said, "Where'd you get that necklace Casey's wearing? I want to buy one of those as a gift." I just couldn't believe it that he even noticed it, right? He's the least likely person to notice something like that. And he noticed it, which then all of a sudden I was like, okay, I got to teach everybody how to sell these. Like I know I was buying them for my wife because she likes some stuff, but if he notices it, everyone else is noticing it. Everyone's buying these types of necklaces because there's meaning behind them. They're an amazing, incredible gift. So to publish this on your store with Shine On, and they're going to do a whole training tomorrow, but you can hit create product and you can name it. We'll just call it custom name plate and necklace. And then down here, as we scroll down, Shine On, I'll zoom in, make sure everybody can see. I'm trying to make sure it's always big enough for y'all to see. They'll already have the prices pre-populated. If people get the stainless steel one, it's $11.20. You're going to charge $40 for it, okay? If it's 18 karat yellow gold finish, it's only $16, but you're going to charge $50 for it, right? And so all we have to do to publish this on our store, y'all, I want you to just watch this real quick, is I just hit publish product. Oh my gosh, if this was available in 2015, I probably would have made so much more money. Y'all, when I started e-commerce, this was not available. This was impossible to do. It did not exist. I had to do everything the hard way. Those of you starting now should never be saying, oh, it's saturated. Oh, there's already a bunch of, we're too late to the game. You're not. You're just in time. E-commerce is just now starting to boom because now the tools that are available make it easy for you to do things I could never do in 2015 and 2016. Now is the best time to be getting started with this stuff. So this is live. It's on our store. I'm going to show it to you real quick. It is literally for sale on our store. Let me just load it up. Hit view. Okay. And they've published it on our store, customized everything for us. And here's what's cool is people can, they can say, I want the 18 karat gold. Boom. It's going to change it to 18 karat gold and the price goes up to 49 bucks. They're going to say, you know what? I don't want to give the person that I care about this in a crappy little cardboard box that looks like it came from a cart vendor in the mall. I want to give them the luxury box. Boom, another 20 bucks. So now the necklace is going to be in a beautiful luxury box, and someone can they can just type in their name. So they could type in, like I could type in my son's name, Drake Aries. Okay, and add it to the shopping bag. Now, legitimately, people are coming to your store. They're going to have their name custom printed. They get to choose if they want it to be stainless steel, 18 karat gold, a standard box, or a luxury box. And Shine On even has other images. They have other upsells built in to help you make more margin on the sale. So if we were to hit add shopping bag, by the way, there's a coffee mug you can see like we sell with the dogs on it. But now when we go to our shopping cart, it's ready to be purchased. It's ready to be printed. It's ready to go. How many of you in here think that that's pretty cool? Just say yes if you think that's pretty cool. Thank you for saying Drake Aries' name is cool. I appreciate that. So here in the shopping cart, you can see the necklace is ready to go. People can check out and they can make their purchase. And by the way, since we have Shipping Hero on our store, they can upgrade to purchase protection. How many of you in here would agree that anybody that is going through and making a purchase for an item that's 70 bucks, is a piece of jewelry, that's a gift, is more likely to spend the extra $2, $3 to ensure their shipping and handling? Just go ahead and say yes in the chat box. You see that little extra thing that Shipping Hero adds to our store is a big deal. So let me just see if I can get to real quick. So test drive, we'll do Madison. 300. Okay, cool. Let's see if I can get to the cart real quick. I'd like to show you the cart. Cool. All right, cool. So here's an example of what Shipping Hero does. Once someone puts in their information to buy this necklace, it's going to say, okay, what do you want to do? Our priority shipping or our insured shipping? That's where we scoop the extra $2. That's where we pick up another $20 a day, $40 a day, $60 a day, $100 a day. It just depends on the volume. But this is where we know that that's going to kick in. So this is a great example to tie back into that. So, you have a lot of options. And the best place to start is with ZenDrop, because the lead magnet is what is going to it's going to accelerate the amount of people that reach your store. It's going to increase the amount of people that go on your email list. It's going to be more likely to give you a high volume group of buyers. And then once you start to create those buyers with the little cheap products that we're drop shipping, that's when we start launching Shine On jewelry. That's when we start launching Pillow Profits. Because let me point something else out, because we're going to, in about 4 minutes, we're going to, I think, take a lunch break. But this is really, really important, okay, about Shine On. Everybody loves jewelry. It don't matter if it's a customer that bought dog stuff. It doesn't matter if they bought a milk frother. It doesn't matter if they bought, those ADD gadgets. It doesn't matter what they bought. Because when it comes down to Valentine's Day and Mother's Day and Father's Day and Christmas and birthdays, and people have a partner or a spouse, one of the main gifts that they buy is jewelry. And even with the jewelry, you can get the dog lovers to buy stuff because you can write little quotes about dogs. I have a couple of examples of some of the stuff that Shine does, because they also let you do custom message cards, but I'm letting them teach that tomorrow. But like when somebody gets their product delivered to them, you can include a custom message card behind it that it sits on top of, like this right here. So this would be pressed in the back of the box. And it says, this says, wife, without you, I'm nothing. With you, I'm something. Together, we're everything. Thank you for being my forever. Love, your husband. Now we just added even more emotion into the gift. It's not just a piece of jewelry. It's a piece of jewelry with a message behind it, right? And that's what Shine On does. Same thing with, dog stuff or, whatever it may be. You can get these message cards designed and they will place them in the box where the piece of jewelry literally hangs over them. And they will even do custom videos for you, which I'll maybe show you later because it won't let me, will not seem to let me play that. Let's see if it'll let me play this one now. I'll show those to you later, but it'll let you do video creatives, like amazing video creatives that you could put on your store, in your emails, in Facebook ads, so on, so forth. So Shine On is an incredible vendor. Again, completely free. And my students have sold an immense amount of products and had an immense amount of success selling from Shine On. Again, Shine On is, if you want to download their app and attach it to your store, you go to profitph.com/shine, and that's going to send you through my partner link. Again, it's free for you to join. It tags you to me. I think if you sell something from Shine On, I think they give me 25 cents, not of what you make, but out of their margin. And so that's fun. And it motivates me to teach you more about Shine On, if I'm just being honest. So what we're about to do is, well, first, how many of you enjoyed this session? Just say loved it, enjoyed it. I can see the screen now, so I can see your feedback. All right. So, okay, loved it, great. How many of you here feel like you're getting value? Just type in value in the chat box if you feel like there's a lot of value in the session. I know you could probably tell my energy is higher because this is where we start talking about getting sales. The basics and the setup, that's boring. But without the basics and the setup, you're probably not gonna get sales. So you gotta do the boring stuff and the important, tedious stuff before you can get to the fun part. But hey, we're smooth sailing now. Because when we come back from this break, Anthony's going to come up here. He's got a couple of housekeeping things to tell you about. We're going to start doing product research. I just showed you my favorite vendors, okay? You just got a taste of what kind of products are in them. But when we come back, we're going to do legitimate product research. We're going to go live. I'm going to show you how I research products, how my team researches products for me and delivers product reports to me, and how we select products that we feel have home run potential. We're even going to look at competition. So not only are we going to do regular product research, which you're going to be able to use, but we're going to spy on other competitors' ads so we can see not only what products are working for them, but what price points are working for them, what targeting is working for them, what creative is working for them. We have an incredible experience happening today. But first, I'm going to gladly rest my voice, and Anthony's going to come up here and he's going to take us on to the next segment. All right, come on, Anthony.
All right. That's exciting stuff. How many of you have enjoyed this so far? Just give me a big yes. Actually, what I really want you to do is, and look, my part for the moment anyway, is to help Adrian have like a 5-minute rest, right? So give me a rating, 1 out of 10. Are you 10 being you love this event, 1 is not so much, which is perfectly fine. We need to learn. It's the first time we've done this event. So I see lots of 10s, some thousands, and some 15s. So that's awesome. I appreciate that. We're so thankful. So just to give you a kind of a heads up on the schedule, we will be taking that lunch break at 12:40. That's in 30 minutes, okay? Adrian is going to be back up here in the next 2 minutes to go over product research, which is a super, super important part of the puzzle, okay? These links are still on the screen for you so that you can access these links as much as you want. So write them down. I think I put them in the chat earlier incorrectly, so I will go ahead and apologize for that. I put the wrong things in. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I was doing my best and I put the wrong thing in. So this is the correct link, okay? So everybody write that down. Pay no attention to my inaccuracy in the chat. We will do a 12:40, okay, hard stop for lunch, okay? Lunch will be for about an hour. So we'll have somebody said COVID brain. Trust me, COVID brain is a real thing. I was sitting there the other day, and like I told you, we've had this all week. My little girl had it, and man, you just don't ever really, you can't, until you're a parent, you can't possibly understand how it feels to see your little kid sick, but especially with COVID, and then especially on their first birthday, it was definitely gut wrenching for me. And but I was sitting there and I was trying to take a picture of all of us sick and ill on her birthday, and I could not. I was staring at my phone and I couldn't remember how to use the camera. Just all of a sudden, I could not remember how to use the camera on my phone, and it was not an ideal situation, right? Not something. We'll stop sharing that screen there. Not something that I was happy about. So, COVID brain is a real thing. I'm usually right on point, but certainly wasn't for the last few days. So, 12:40 we will do lunch. Okay. You can stay logged in on Zoom. I suggest that you do stay logged in on Zoom. The reason is like I told you, lots and lots of times people have a hard time getting on here. We don't own Zoom, not our thing. So you can just cut your camera off and whatnot for lunch if you'd like. But be back, after that session there in exactly 1 hour, because at 1:40 Central Standard, we will be going through competition research. Adrian is going to come up here now and talk about product research. And let me just tell you something. Product research is so key, right? I mean, it's so key. Understanding and knowing what is selling, okay, first of all, that is in and of itself one of the most important things you can do. Because I think you all heard Adrian talk a little bit earlier about how it doesn't matter what other people are doing. What you need to really be focused on is what everyone wants. So I don't try to copy everybody else. I don't look at all these other people and say, oh, look, they have a store full of all these things, right? That doesn't really matter. And then I also don't build a store full of all the things I like, right? What I want to do is build a store full of things that will sell, okay? Prime example. How many of you are old enough or young enough, just depends, to remember the Tickle Me Elmo dolls and the little Tickle Me Elmo craze? Did any of you have kids that were just had to have the Tickle Me Elmo doll? I think this was about 15, 20 years ago. I see lots of yeses in the chat box. Now, do I look like the type of person that cares about a Tickle Me Elmo doll? The answer would be absolutely no. I am not, right? Especially when I was 18 years old, I didn't care about a Tickle Me Elmo doll, but I knew that people were buying them. And so I got these Tickle Me Elmo dolls, and I went and sat in the in the open area coffee, like a coffee bar in our mall, and I just put the Tickle Me Elmo doll on my table. No signs or anything. I just put it there, and people were coming up left and right trying to buy the Tickle Me Elmo dolls from me. And I've found somebody I could get them. I don't remember how much they were, to be totally honest with you, but I was making hundreds of dollars at, 18 years old selling Tickle Me Elmo dolls, okay? This is not something I was interested in, but I knew that people were buying it, okay? That's what Adrian wants to teach you now, is how to research products and know what people are buying so that you can put those things on your site. Doesn't matter if they're things you're interested in or not. All that matters is that they're things people will purchase, okay? Our goal with this workshop is to show you all of the steps that it takes to make a successful store and a profitable store. You've got to have people constantly researching and finding these products for you, right? You heard Adrian say, you know, it takes a team, right? And how many of you so far can see that, okay, it probably takes a team to run one of these stores? I mean, doing it by yourself, kind of difficult, yes? Right? Now, obviously, you can get started by yourself. All of you are doing it right now. But when you want to scale and you want to have massive success, you got to be able to tap this person and say, hey, make sure you're doing this research. Tap this person, make sure you're doing these emails, and so on and so forth. Does that make sense, everybody? Just say yes. Okay. I see lots and lots of yeses in the chat. So we're just teaching you each and every step. You can accomplish a lot of these by yourself, but you may find that you want to tap the shoulder of other people to do some of these things for you so that you can really turn it into a machine, right? So what we'll do is we'll bring Adrian up right now. He's going to go through the product research. He's got a hard stop. Adrian loves to teach, but he has a hard stop at 12:40, okay? 12:40, we will be taking a break for lunch, and he will actually, you know, trigger lunch. So he's going to tell you all, thank you so much. We're going to take an hour for lunch now, and we'll see you in an hour. And you'll see the little screen come up and the timer and all that good stuff. Okay. So 12:40 will be lunch, but from now until then, pay close attention because this is going to be a really, really important part of the workshop. Here's Adrian again.
All right. Y'all heard the hard stop. Anthony knows. I get into teaching mode. I just love this. Like, I could literally talk about this all day. That's the problem, is there has to be a stopping point. Otherwise, I'll never shut up. I mean, I'm sure many of you would like that though. Okay, so product research. I'm going to share my screen, and let's just get screen share back up. Dun, dun, dun. Here we go. Screen share. Voila. Okay, awesome. Two different types of product research that we could do, okay? Because a lot of people, they confuse these two, and they're actually quite separate. So there is product research, which means you are hitting up, like, you know, Google Trends. This is mostly looking at like niches, actually. It means that you are, you know, you're looking at, let's just say, like, you know, potential volume to be sold, meaning you're looking at products that you feel like could generate a lot of sales, right? Not just a couple of sales. When you're doing product research, it's not just about finding a product that's hot right now. It's about making sure it's hot right now and that it will continue to be hot, right? It will continue to sell, because we don't want the sizzle and then the fizzle. So many e-commerce entrepreneurs find a big hitter, but it's not really a long-term product, and they think they're rock stars. I can't tell you how many people they have thought, oh, that's it, I'm rich. We're doing all these sales every day with this one product. And I'm like, yo, like, that product in 2 months ain't gonna be hot anymore, because you're not focused on the long game. You're focused on the quick cash. I'm focused on the long game. So I want to find stuff that has potential volume to be sold. And then essentially with product research, I want to make sure that you know, the products have, you know, high perceived value. So the people that see them will want to purchase them and spend money on them. And additionally, what we're looking for is people that will impulse purchase. Because when we're talking about impulse purchasing, just understand that, you know, with advertising, we're interrupting people. Like, when you saw my ad of me sitting in the dark room where some of you were making fun of my shorts, you know, or whatever, I interrupted you, but the offer was so good that you stopped what you were doing and you took it. Does that make sense? Just say yes if that makes sense, right? I interrupted you and I made you a good offer with high perceived value. And I know that a lot of people want Shopify stores, right? And I know that e-commerce is booming. So really, these principles apply to any and all marketing. And you impulsively said, you know what? Screw it. I'm starting a Shopify store right now. Boom, done. Just like that. All right, that's product research. Then you have competition research. Or I would say product, let's just say competition research. Now with competition research, which we have a whole segment that will be coming up on that, a lot of people think competition research means, are you looking to see if anyone else out there is selling the same product? And if they are, then maybe you shouldn't sell it because it's saturated already. That's just the furthest thing from the truth, y'all. If you, I can't, man, just, it drives me crazy. I mean, it really does drive me crazy. I've truly, there's been a couple points in my life where I've wanted to come through the Zoom screen and virtually slap some sense into somebody because they would say, well, that product's already being sold. And so what's the point in me selling it? It's saturated. You kidding me? No, there ain't no way any of us, you could take all 600 plus of us that are on this event together, put all of our money and resources together, and we still couldn't together as one unit reach all of the dog lovers every day that would buy LED dog collars, or coffee lovers, or people interested in makeup, or whatever it is. There is too much traffic. So we can all sell the same stuff and we can all get a piece of the pie. As a matter of fact, we don't even need a piece of the pie, y'all. How many of you in here would be happy if you could just simply lick the knife and get a taste of some sales? Type in lick the knife in the chat box if you just like to lick the knife. And that's where we're starting. We're gonna start by licking the knife and getting a taste. We're not gonna worry about dominating the entire market. There's plenty for the taking. If there wasn't, I wouldn't be teaching this. I'd be greedy and I'd be doing all the sales myself, but I can't market to everybody in the world and get all of the sales. If I'm not getting all the sales, that means someone else is getting some of them too. It may as well be you, my students, right, than someone that I don't know. So competition research isn't about figuring out necessarily if something is saturated. Competition research is about mimicking success. All right, so mimic success. We want to see, what their ads look like. We want to see who they are targeting. We want to see what customers are saying. We want to see what price they are selling. We want to see what promos they use, right? That's what competition research is. We're looking at mimicking success. If someone else is having success with it, that doesn't drive me away. That actually creates a lot of urgency for me to get started doing it right now too, because I know it's popping off. So we're gonna have two segments today on both of these subject matters. And right now, we're gonna look at product research. And one of the things that I like to do with product research is I like to look at Google Trends. And Google Trends helps me really identify niches that are safe long-term niches. And I mean, it is worth, I know I've said it once already, but we're looking for longevity, security, stability, right? Longevity, security, stability with the products that we sell. So I might pop off over here to Google Trends, okay? And I'm just not even thinking about a product to sell right now. I'm trying to think about what is a good niche to sell in right now, okay? So let's just type in, I don't know, coffee, okay? Now, when I type in coffee, all right, it's gonna look at the last 12 months, and I'm gonna help you identify what I look for. This is how I figure out if something has home run potential. Google rates interest over time on a scale of 0 to 100, okay? Anything that is under 50, I'm not interested in. If it is under 50 interest, currently I have 0 interest in it. So we're always looking for something above 50. But you'll also see that, let's just say, what is something that was trying, whatever. I'll just type in Valentine's gift. Or let's just do holiday gift. Okay. So that's holidays. All right. This isn't a niche. Well, holiday shopping is kind of a niche, but this is just a bold example of a graph that would turn me away from a specific niche or type of product, where it flatlines and it's up, then it's down, then it flatlines and then it's up and then it's down. And if we look at, you know, this over a period of, let's just say 5 years, right, you'll see that it goes up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. So anything that is going below the 50 and then above the 50 and then below it and then above it is not necessarily a niche I'm interested in partaking in, because that means that my revenue is going to go up and down and up and down. And when I go to sell my business, because I want to exit my e-commerce business, and a potential buyer sees my revenue as a roller coaster, it's less desirable and less valuable. But if I'm in niches like, you know, dog toys, right? You know, you'll see that this is trending, and this is still last 5, but above the 50. But it does have spikes, but it's still above the 50. You're going to see that during the holidays, anything typically spikes, right? During the holidays. But I usually look at past 12 months, okay? And so you'll see it always is above the 50, and then there's the holiday spike. So dog toys will be a good sub niche within dogs to go into. So I always am looking for above 50, and I'm avoiding the ones that fall underneath the 50 and roller coaster up. That's point number 1. That's when you know you found something with longevity, stability, and security. We know that just by, you know, common sense, a niche has volume, makeup has volume, health has volume, dogs have volume, alcohol has volume, jewelry has volume. Niches that have a lot of customers, and every day new customers. Every day a baby is born, or many babies are born, right? So you have new parents. What do new parents have to do? They have to buy swings and toys and pacifiers and diapers and books on how to be good parents. And I mean, there's customer regeneration every day. So what gives you longevity, stability, and security is customer regeneration, right? And high volume potential. So perceived value, again, all of these things we're talking about will have perceived value and create impulse purchases. All right, so that's what we're looking for. Now, how do we find products within a niche after we've used Google Trends and we've identified that, like, you know, the dog niche is really hot, or, you know, like if I were to type in steampunk, all right, which is a pretty popular niche, but again, see, look, the steampunk niche, under that 50, only by holidays does it pop off over 50. I'm going to avoid it for now. All right, let's go back over here to, you know, coffee. It stays well above. It can't even peak during the holidays because people love coffee so much. All right, so how do I start finding products in this niche that are specific enough to really appeal to people? All right, we're going to go over that. I use something that's called the Etsy sneak attack. No, we don't sell on Etsy because Etsy doesn't give you data. And I'm not an Etsy seller. I like Shopify because Shopify gives me complete and total control. All right, so I'm going to show y'all something that I call the Etsy sneak attack. Etsy sneak attack. All right, now what we're basically doing here with the Etsy sneak attack is hot product research. All right, we're looking for sub niche categories. We're looking for product ideas, and we're looking for print on demand ideas. Okay, so that's what we're looking for with our Etsy sneak attack. Etsy's a great platform. People buy from Etsy every day. The reason I don't personally sell from Etsy is because why would I need to? I got Shopify. Shopify plugs into everything. Shopify gives me my data, my email list, it gives me control. Why would I use anything else? That would just be silly. So with Etsy, what I like to do is first, I come here to the front page, and they're always going to have like what's considered a popular gift right now up here at the top. All right. So we're always kind of looking at what are the popular gifts right now, and they'll outline things in categories. But that's what most people do. Like most people come in here and they just look at what's on the front page. One thing that's important about Etsy's search engine, yes, they're basically a product search engine, is that when you start typing something up here, they're going to begin to show you the most typed in thing relevant to that. So if I were to type in coffee right here, okay, in order, they're going to show me that tons of people are looking for coffee tables, coffee mugs, coffee cups, right? So this is like kind of like the order in which things are most searched. So if I were to type in coffee mug, then it's going to get a little bit more detailed. It's going to say that people are looking for pottery handmade mugs, or funny mugs, or coffee mugs for men, coffee mug set, right? So if I type in coffee mug for men, right, it's going to say coffee mug for men that is funny. And so Etsy starts telling me what people want. And like I told you earlier, the only thing that matters is selling what the people want. Now, why aren't people searching for coffee mugs for women that are funny? I don't know, because I think women like coffee just as much as men, right? But it's just what it is. So when I click on this, we know that people are searching for this right now. We know actively this is top search. Now what I have is an immense amount of product ideas that come up, all right? So, well, sorry for some of the language on some of these. Of course, it's always that way. I pull something up and I'm doing product research, and it's like the one thing I don't want to show up on a live feed. But maybe that's what I get for typing in men. All right, so don't hate, like this one right here says, don't hate me because I'm beautiful right here, okay? Very simple, very easy to find an image like this on Canva and Shutterstock. And they have 29,626 sales. We could totally replicate and duplicate this. And what I see when I'm doing research about this item, I know that there is a category of men that grow beards, and it's a thing, like beard oil, dollar beard club, or whatever it was a massive company. It is a niche in itself. So we've got our big niche, and now we're starting to look at what is a micro niche within it that we can hit really targeted people with. It's going to make them want to buy this coffee mug, because we don't want to buy a random coffee mug. We want to buy a coffee mug that speaks to us. And just like that, and Michael said Dollar Shave Club blew up, selling beard oils and all that stuff. We are immediately in a niche that we know is huge, we know is getting a lot of sales, and we know that we can mimic and we can replicate. Now, we're not doing competition research on this yet, because we don't know how they're getting traffic to this, what ads look like, and all that stuff. But we can also read reviews. 7,000 reviews. Loved this mug, was too cute. My boyfriend had a good laugh, loved it. So we're starting to look at what customers are saying about these things. And it's obviously, right, something that we could very easily duplicate. How many of you in here think that just right out of the gate with the Etsy sneak attack, we found something that we could duplicate and probably easily start selling within the next hour? Just say me, yes, right? It's that simple. It really is. But here's the thing is you're doing a lot of product research. It's like Anthony was saying, oftentimes it's really great to tap on somebody's shoulder and say, hey, go product research coffee mugs, go product research this. I have a team that does this. I don't even do it anymore. They do it for me, right? And they deliver to me product reports, and then I assess them and I'm like, okay, we'll list this. So the Etsy sneak attack is really great. So let's just say we're going into the, let's just say dog collar. Okay, dog collar for a boy, personalized leather with name, with leash. Okay, we could type in something like wine tumbler. All right, so personalized wine tumblers, wraps, SVG sublimation designs, right? So I could click on wine tumblers that are personalized, and boom, like from Tea Launch, you can sell wine tumblers. And this is going to give you a lot of really good ideas of what you could do to sell wine tumblers. So any niche that we want, we typically can come over here. Like, look, necklace. All right, necklace for women. All right, necklace with charms, necklace for mom, necklace holder, necklace chain. All right, so let's just say women's necklace. Silver, gold, gold and black, pendants. So let's look at pendants, because I think it's going to give us some really good ideas. And well, what do you know? First thing that shows up is kind of what we were talking about earlier, which is necklaces, 408,000 reviews. And it's exactly what I was just teaching y'all earlier with Shine On, which is name necklaces. This is pure coincidence. I've never done this before, like typed this particular thing in, but it just shows you that like I probably kind of know what I'm talking about a little bit here. But so we can start finding these different necklaces here with pendants like this right here, a moon necklace. We can see that it has 31,000 reviews from this seller does right here with this moon rock necklace. Now I can go to Zendrop, I can go to AliExpress, whatever it is. They have 149,000 sales. And I now know that there is a market for moon necklaces. Does that make sense? Yes? Okay. So the Etsy sneak attack is like one of my main product research methods now, because Etsy is popular and Etsy tells me exactly what people are searching for. And then it leads me down a path. Now, will I find this exact moon necklace? 70% of the time I can find the same thing. Okay. But if I don't, I know that I could find similar items, right? I can come over here to Zendrop or AliExpress. Let's just go to Zendrop real quick, and I'm going to find products. And I'm just going to type in moon necklace. And here's an immense amount of necklaces with moons, like this one right here. Not the exact same one, right? But we can do more research. And this is $1.15. And we know that there is a market for it. So, you know, again, we can read the comments here. Absolutely love it. Gorgeous combination, yada, yada. So Etsy is a really great product research tool. Now, some of the other things that we like to use for product research, and I will say some stuff will pop up that hopefully, like nothing will, but might pop up that I don't want y'all to see. But is a website called DudeIWantThat.com. Please don't be anything bad. So these are items that typically are impulsively purchased. Like, dude, I want that.com. All right. So if you go to DudeIWantThat.com, sometimes there's some really weird stuff on here, but I scroll through it and they are a blog that lists all these weird, unique, impulse purchase items that people absolutely love. So I come on here and I find those items like this Klein bottle wine thing right here. And I can go find very similar items to this that are on Zendrop or AliExpress or CJ Drop Shipping or Shine On. If it's a print on demand item, I can do it from, Pillar Profits or Tea Launch or whatever. So like they have some really, really, really cool items here. And again, some very weird items that pop up as well. Another one is shutupandtakemymoney.com. Again, they're listing products that people impulsively purchase. They're listing products that people will, what's the word I'm looking for? They're like novelty products. Let me see. There we go. So here's just another one. They're going to list some weird stuff like this Bruce Lee wall clock. You can probably find a clock similar to that that's not Bruce Lee necessarily, but a martial artist doing a kick as the timer. So we look at Dude, I Want That. And again, there's going to be some weird stuff that pops up. I just have to like forewarn you, but I want you to see this because this is where I find a lot of the stuff that I'm selling. And there's another one called ThisIsWhyI'mBroke.com. Another cool website. Again, it's going to have some weird stuff, and I just can't catch a break with stuff popping up today. but it's going to have some weird stuff on here. But again, it's products that are going to be impulsively purchased. And you can do men, husband, girlfriend, parents, coworkers. You can do gifts by occasion, like groomsmen gifts and stuff. So, you know, they have different categories on here. And you can go in and you can find some really incredible products just by looking at this stuff here that gives you some great product research ideas. So you've got, this is why I'm broke. You've got shut up and take my money. You've got dude, I want that. You got the Etsy sneak attack, right? And you got Google Trends, which is going to show you if stuff is worthwhile. So maybe you find something that looks really cool on dude, I want that. And you look it up in Google Trends and there's just a small little spike. Okay, not worth your time. Not every cool product is going to be worth your time. You're going to have products that you find that look really awesome that are going to be quick cash grabs, and you're going to have some you want to focus more on. They're going to be long-term potential products. So those other websites are really cool, but I'm telling you right now, for me, the main squeeze is the Etsy sneak attack. Like, I don't need to show you any other website to do product research, because this right here on Etsy.com tells me exactly what I need to know, gives me how many reviews they have, how many sales they have. It shows me the designs that they have, the products that they have, how long they've been in business for. It just gives me a lot of stuff. So how many of you in here would agree that this session has enlightened you, as short as it has been, to go do some cool product research and actually make you feel motivated that you really can find something that works? Just say me, yes. Oh, and we're not done. We just got to go to lunch. When we come back from lunch, which is going to be 1 hour, it's going to be at 1:40 CST. Okay, so 1:40 Central Time. I'm going to do competition research. And let me tell you something about competition research. Okay, it is the way to get your ads to work. I just showed you how to find products, but it doesn't matter how cool the product is on your store, okay? If you don't know how to get people to it, and you don't know how to make it appealing to people, it's not gonna get sales. So listen, you'll have your store set up for payments, you have a template on your store, you have the vendors on your store, you know how to quickly go into Etsy and find hot trending products that are selling right now, but you got to do the competition research where we show you how to find the ads that are working, the price points that are working, the promotions that are working, right? This is a two-part piece right here, and you need both parts. You need to find the products, but then you need to mimic the success. How many of you in here want to learn how to mimic success in 1 hour when we get back from lunch? All right, say yes, because you don't want a store full of cool products that nobody buys. This next session, it's going to show you how people are finding buyers and proving that the product isn't just cool, but that it's generating sales. And that's when you know you got a banger that you want to put on your store and you want to start marketing. So we're going to break for lunch right now at it's 12:40. So we're going to come back at 1:40 Central Standard Time. That is in 60 minutes. If you just set a timer for 60 minutes, it don't matter what time zone you're in, you can't screw it up, okay? Lunch don't take longer than 1 hour. And if it does, you can eat later, because competition research is more important than lunch today. I can promise you that, all right? So that is it for now. I'm gonna go eat some lunch real fast. I hope you enjoyed this session. I will see you all back at 1:40 Central Standard Time in 60 minutes for competition research. I'll see you then.
All right, everybody, what's up? How was lunch? Everybody excited to kick off the last part of day one of the e-commerce launchpad event? Just give me a big yes in the chat box. I want to see the chat just blow up. We need lots and lots of yeses, as much energy as we can possibly have. We got to stay awake, stay excited, stay engaged. That's how we learn. Look at that. You see all those people saying yes? If you're not saying yes right now, okay, you are not participating in full. So participate in full, okay? Lots and lots of yeses. Awesome, awesome. Well, you can tell that I'm kind of more like the MC of this event at this point. Tomorrow, I got some sessions where I actually get to teach a few things. But let's just be honest. I started doing e-commerce, like I said, when I was 22, 23. I'm not the e-commerce expert. That's Adrian. Now, there are parts of e-commerce, like the email marketing, right? Being able to create and monetize fan pages, things that I have done kind of outside of e-commerce that we are able to apply to e-commerce, and I'll be teaching you that stuff tomorrow. As we kind of progress through the rest of the day, here's how the day is going to go. Adrian is going to come up now and talk about competitor research, right? So how to research your competition. These are very, very important. I actually used to do this when I first started e-commerce. I did this exact thing. So he's going to share with you how to do that. Then we're going to move into another segment that talks about adding collections and editing your navigation menu. How many of you feel like having a easy to use yet very robust navigation menu on your site could be key to you getting multiple sales? Yes? So more than just one sale, right? Most people overlook this, right? But Adrian's going to dial this in for you and show you exactly how this is done. We're a couple minutes, maybe 4 or 5 minutes behind schedule, but this next session coming up for competition research is going to be about 20 minutes long. Then we're going to go into your section on really the way Adrian feels your navigation menu and your collection should be added to your store, and that's really important. That's going to take about 30 minutes, okay? And then we're going to roll into an open Q&A, all right? So it'll be an open Q&A for about 30 minutes to end day one, and should put us right at or very close to 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, which is when our VIP session will kick off, okay? So we're about an hour and 15 minutes from wrapping up day one, but the last information here in the last hour and 15 minutes is super, super important. And then just so everybody knows, we will kick off day two tomorrow here at 9 a.m. How many of you are so excited about day one, you're going to be back on day two as we kind of go through the optimization of your store? Just give me a yes in the chat box. I want to see all the yeses. You want to make sure you do not miss any of the days of these, because like I said, we've broken this down into 3 very, very, very important segments, okay? So in an effort to keep us on time, I will not talk and ramble about too much. I'm going to bring Adrian up here, and we are going to get started with our competition research session right now.
Awesome. Thank you, Anthony, for bringing us back live. I have come back with a bottle of water and a cup of coffee. So as Anthony said, I know this doesn't look amazing sitting up on the desk, but as Anthony said, we're going to do some product research. And we're going to talk about collections, navigation menus. I am probably, just so y'all know, I'm going to probably go a little bit longer than 20 minutes on competition research. I think it's going to be a bit more important than the next section. So I might go 30 minutes competition research and 20 minutes collections navigation, just so everybody's on point. So yeah, we ended off before lunch talking about product research. And I'm just going to share, well, actually, before I do that, I'm going to log into some of these tools that we use, okay? So give me just a second. We talked about product research. Now we're going to talk about competition research. And competition research is typically quite a manual process. It's quite the manual process for sure. However, there are ways to automate it. And I'm going to automate it during these sessions so we get the most out of our time. So let me just type in my passwords real quick when I really think I have to stop talking. All right. And I'll kind of show you what tools I use, what I look at. all that good stuff. Let me just log into the second tool that I use. Okay, got it. Now I should be good to share my screen. Pull this up, share screen. Voila, we should have the screen live. Yes, okay. Just to recap, we're looking to mimic success. We're looking for what people's ads look like. Are they user-generated creatives, meaning they've hired actors of some sort to like review the product? That's really popular now. Are they images? Are they videos? Who are they targeting? But we look at the comments, we kind of get an idea of like what demographic they're trying to hit. What are customers saying? What price point are they selling it at? What promotions they're using? And we're also looking at, I should just maybe get this, I guess, on its own page so it all sticks together. But the other thing that we're really looking at is longevity of ad. All right, and we want to make sure that it is not a brand new ad, okay? So these other two that I just added on here to the bottom, all right, in regards to doing competition research. Let me explain them real quick. The longer an ad has been running, the more successful one could be led to believe that ad is. Because if an ad has been running for months, right, and that person has been spending money on that ad, nobody in their right mind would spend money for months if they were losing money, right? So it makes sense to try to find ads that have been running for quite some time. However, we definitely want to make sure we don't accidentally fall into the trap of trying to mimic the success of a brand new ad, an ad that just got launched and is just now starting to run and is not yet proven. Because oftentimes while you're doing competition research, you'll see a really cool ad, and maybe that ad will have 100 likes or 200 likes and a bunch of comments real quick, a very good sign, but it's not really yet proven. So we want to make sure that it's been live for a period of time. Now, typically to do competition research, I open up TikTok, I open up Facebook, and I scroll and I start clicking. And the more I click on other types of Shopify stores, the more Facebook's algorithm shows me my competition. And it is a very manual process, which is why a lot of people do not do competition research. They just shoot from the hip. There are tools that I pay for that help me do competition research. They're quite expensive. And to be honest, most people on a beginner budget can't really afford these tools. So it gives me a lot of leverage. And, you know, even I still think it's quite expensive. I'm going to open these up. I'm going to do some product research and competition research in these tools. And you're going to get to see inside of them. No, I'm not going to try to sell you these tools or anything like that. They're just tools I use. I don't know who owns them. I don't own them. I got a discount code for one of them should you desire to use it. But still, on a beginner budget, they can be a little bit more on the pricey side. So the first tool that I use to do product research is a tool called AdSpy. Now, AdSpy, I believe, I've been using it for a long time, but I believe they're around like $250, $300 a month just for this one tool. And it spies on Facebook ads basically based off of parameters that I set. So again, pretty expensive tool. Not necessarily sure if it's something out of the gate that, you know, everybody should go buy just like right now until after you get set up and you're really focused on tracking. Someone says it's $150. So yeah, maybe $150 a month, but it only does one little piece of the puzzle. So I'm actually spending, I think, almost $1,000 a month on product research and competition research. And then I have a team that I've hired that I pay a lot of money that, and y'all got to remember, I'm on just a different level of scale than a beginner, right? I've been a beginner. I'm no longer a beginner. And I hire them and they go use these tools for me. They spend their time doing all this stuff, not me. But I'm going to show you how this works. So AdSpy focuses specifically on Facebook ads. And they have some filters here that you can set that can really kind of help you find what you're looking for in regards to competition and even discover new products to sell. So for example, we could be looking at ads only on Facebook or only Instagram, which is, with competition research, quite important because sometimes a product could be very appealing to people that are Instagram users and work very well as an Instagram ad, but not as a Facebook ad. All right. And then we can see how many likes it's getting daily, not overall, but how many new likes is it acquiring daily. Okay. And then we got this created between. So this calendar right here essentially allows us to say, hey, we only want to look at ads that were created on X date to now, meaning they've been running for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. We can also look at total likes, which is how many likes does the ad have overall, which is a good indicator to its success. Now, what is the difference between daily likes and total likes? Well, total likes can be misleading because if an ad has a lot of likes on it, it can lead you to believe that it's crushing, when in fact it has had it sizzle and then it fizzled. Daily likes are going to tell us, is it still acquiring a lot of engagement, new engagement every day? That's really what we're looking for here. And then we can come over here and we can say, hey, look, we are looking for, where is it, networks? Well, it does affiliate marketing stuff too, but, technologies is where it is. So we can say we're looking just specifically for Shopify stores. So they have a lot of different technologies in here. I can scroll down and find Shopify and let me see, ZYX, VTSRQP, there we go. And I can say only show me Shopify store ads. So now what we've done is we've put a filter on here that's only going to show us ads marketing Shopify stores on Facebook. So the things like that we are, the things that we're now researching are more relevant to, our businesses. So for example, the first thing that comes up here is this Mundo Techno. It's one of those like razors that are going viral right now, where people are, they're basically selling these crazy razors that do epic fades and whatnot. It's going viral, but we'll also notice that this is in Spanish. And so we might want to change our filters a little bit because we always start out in English speaking countries. So I'm just going to type in United States. I always try to do competition research by US because United States has the most expensive traffic. And if someone is making ad work in the United States with the cost involved in the traffic, then chances are it's going to work in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Germany, wherever, where traffic is cheaper. Then we can come down here and we want to find ads with buttons that specifically say shop now, because Instagram and Facebook have ads that say shop now. So this is going to give us ads that are a bit more tailored to what we're looking for. Okay. Now we can go even further and we can say we're looking for ads that are getting anywhere from, let's just say, 25 and above likes a day, right? So we just added that filter. And so now it's going to show us ads that are getting at least 25 likes a day or more, all right? And as we go deeper into this, as we're setting up our filters here, we could say we want to see that this ad was, where is it? Age, daily likes, so likes, media type, site type. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm just gonna be straight up with you. Like, I don't even really do this anymore myself. I taught a team how to do it for me. I tap their shoulder and I say, hey, go research all this stuff and then bring the results back to me. I want to focus on traffic. I don't want to be playing an ad spy all day. So I might even be clunky moving around this myself. But let's just say that the ad was created over a month ago, February 1st, okay? And up to the end of February. So we know that the ad was created last month and is still running right now, okay? So now we know that the ads that we're looking at were created a month ago, so they're fresh, they're new, and they're still running right now. And you notice everything changes. Like, for example, this Armatech ad right here is for a holster for firearms in your car. It's got 2,000 likes, 169 comments, 200 shares. Like, there's tons of these little holsters that you could get on AliExpress and other. You're not selling a gun, it's a holster. So immediately we start being able to see ads with a lot of likes, a lot of reactions, and a lot of comments. But here's another little trick that I like to use. I'm gonna go back a little bit further, okay? So I'm gonna get rid of the created between filter, and I wanna just see ads that have been created this year. So they're just newer to this year, up until the end of February. They're still live right now. So we're good. Now, one of the filters I like to use is right here at the top. And this sorts the ads by likes, loves, haha, wow, sad, angry, shares, and longest running. So if we want to see the longest running ads, we click that. And now I'm able to see ads that have been live the longest. All right, they're still live right now. So we know that these ads, if they are still live right now, then they are probably, you know, really good ads with some longevity to them. And we got to scroll through. Like, there's still some digging to do. That's why I have a team do this, right? Like this We the People holster, carry extra ammo. I mean, right now it's like a lot of ammunition type stuff. All right, so longest running is good. But the secret that I use is I taught my team to come in and look for wow reactions. What ads have the most wow reactions? And as you know, on Facebook, you can do all the little faces, right? The heart, the sad face, mad face, whatever. Here's my theory behind this. And that is, if you go in and you take the extra effort to hover over the like button and wait for the faces to come up and hit the wow one, it means that you're really shocked and we're more likely to impulsively purchase that item, hence the wow reaction. Does that make sense? Just say wow in the chat box if that makes sense. Okay, cool. All right, so what that does is it gives us an immense amount of ads now that have the wow reaction. For example, this is a, well, that's a painting. Okay, I thought that was like a blanket for a second. So then I'll have my team scroll through and start finding products that are more relevant to like what we sell. Like this thing right here, it looks like some sort of like abdomen warmth and heater. It's got 14,000 likes, y'all, 14,000 likes. It tells me that they're targeting people that are 32 to 58 years old in the United States and Canada, 5,700 shares. That's another thing we like to look at, is how many shares something gets. And so once we find a product like this, we can straight up just click on it, and it's going to show us how the product has increased in likes over time. It's going to show us what their website looks like, what they're selling it for. It's going to show, you know, everything that we need to know about this product. We can even go to their store and we can shop on their store. We can look at exactly what their ad does. All right, so this looks like maybe a weight loss waistband thing. We can go click here and we can go to their Shopify store. And now I can see what is their hook, what is their price point that they're selling it at. And y'all, you can straight up get this off Zendrop and AliExpress, like guaranteed, right? And it's got 16,000 likes. So I can see that this is something that also they put a lot of effort into the copy to talk about, what this does and I guess how it can burn fat or something like that. So this would be a product that the tool found that we might notate, put it into a product report and say, hey, is this, worth our time? So as we go through this, we play around with the filters, and we most certainly start taking notes. We start taking, we have like a spreadsheet of really hot products that we use. Like, for example, this would be an idea of a type of spreadsheet that we have. Let me see if I can pull it up. So my team does this, and then they'll segment it into deep analysis product reports, which is, let me see if it's shared with me, which is really cool. So like this hot product list, this is TikTok products, but my team will go through with these tools, and they will create a spreadsheet like this, and it will show me the product name. It'll show me the product price point, margin that they have, any hashtags that would be relevant, how many views they got. I'm gonna try to zoom in, make it bigger. How many likes they got, comments they got, and it links to the TikTok ad or the Facebook ad. How many of you in here think that a spreadsheet like this would be pretty valuable to your business in doing competition research and trying to evaluate if the profit margin is good, if the sizzle is there, and if the people want it and like it enough to comment, right? So again, this isn't going to solve our problem of getting traffic. It's just going to get us closer to getting the right traffic and market the right product. So, I can scroll through for days. Now, let's just say that I'm looking for something more specific, and I like the dog niche, so I could just type in dog. Okay. Now let me hit add filters. Okay, now we're looking at dog products. So what I just did was a general thing of kind of just show me everything that's there, and it's getting over 25 likes a day in general, that is fresh, that's been running for a little while. Show me that. But now I'm saying I want to do product research in the dog niche. And so we have this little sweater here that swaddles your dog. You got this print on demand shirt that's just a picture of a pup that says every snack you make, every meal you bake, every bite you take, I'll be watching you. That's definitely true. 8,700 likes, 708 comments, 18 to 81 years old. They're marketing this t-shirt in Germany, Slovenia, Australia, United States, and Italy. So we'll take note of that. Look, here's a second one with it in a different color. So we start to take note of what is working, what products are being sold, what do the ads look like? Are they images? Are they videos? Is there a common theme across some of the working ads in these niches? Like, are we seeing some of the same slogans, the same images, the same products? Like, we're seeing a lot of these products of just t-shirts, which t-shirts usually, are not super hot products to sell. So these particular designs are pooling. We can come back over here and we can type in coffee. Very general, because we want it to bring up as much as possible. And this Instabrew thing right here, 493 likes. So it's on its come up. We could click on this ad and we could see exactly what the ad says. We could go to the website. We can go find a product probably very similar to this that will quick stir your coffee for you. And boom, now we know what kind of stuff is working in the coffee niche. And these are ads that are running right now. People are spending money like this. Look, I don't like politics. I'm not educated in politics, but it's just a theme I just saw. Like the same coffee mug, this political, I guess, mug right here. A lot of people seem to be selling it, which means it seems to be making money in the coffee niche, right? So we see these people are doing buy one, get one free. We start really taking note after we see the trend of what type of stuff is selling. We start taking notes on, well, what type of promotions are they using? Is it a BOGO? Is it 50% off? Is it free shipping? So on and so forth, right? So let's see what else we got over here. Let's do wine. I love general niches. Actually, let's do baby. Sometimes that one's a harder one to find, is baby stuff, because it could, in the ad text, it could say mommy, it could say new parent, so on and so forth. But here we have, look, another dog niche crossover with the baby, protected by, and it has the little puppy. So again, this is the second time I've seen this custom pet frosted glass tumbler. And we're immediately start seeing ads that are in the baby niche. Oh, this is one thing I use to do product research. Now, Facebook is great. TikTok, I'm finding better ads on as of recent. And this is a company called PIPI Ads. I do have a discount code for this if it's something that you desire to check out. But again, if you're buying all the product research tools that will give you leverage, you got to remember you need to have something left over to market your ads, right? And you also got to make sure that you don't spend all of your time looking in fancy softwares and stuff, and you're spending your time actually running ads, getting traffic, in your focus, which again is why I have a team now that does all this for me, because I could stay in here for hours, but then I would never get any traffic, right? So my team does all of this. They find the best of the best, they deliver it to me, and then I market it. So PIPI ads, you can get, I think, 20% off. I think they are like $250, $300 a month or something like that. And the discount code is just my name, Adrian. Let me just put this here just in case you want it. And I'm going to show you how to use it real quick. It's kind of the same principle. So PIPI ads spy tool. It spies on TikTok ads, and it's profitph.com/PIPI. All right. And discount code is going to be Adrian. It might just Adrian, and you'll get 20% off of that tool. So let me just run you through it real quick. It's really the same principle as AdSpy. We're going to choose our country. So United States, our CTA button is going to be shop now, but you're going to notice something very different happen here too. Shopify, we want to see that this has been running for more than 10 days, because if it's been running for more than 10 days, then we know that they've put, some money into it. And then total likes, we want to make sure that it at least has, I would say on TikTok, more than like 500 likes. We're not going to say, we don't want to see stuff that has like 100,000 likes, because then it could be kind of played out if it's that big. So we're going to take it down to about 50,000 likes. And now we have an immense amount of ads here that are live on TikTok. Now you're going to notice that TikTok ads are different. And we actually have a TikTok ads expert that's coming in Sunday to talk about how they crush it with TikTok ads. But this is going to bring up the hottest ads on TikTok. Now, again, I could put in dog here, and boom, now we're going to start seeing ads that are more relevant to dog products. And we can click on these and see this is at 403,000 impressions. It's been live for 43 days. They're spending some money on this. They're marketing it in the United States and Canada to 35-plus-year-olds. We can click on this and make it a little bit bigger and get more data on this. And look at this. I mean, it's not even like a good ad. Like literally all they're doing is just filming the t-shirt and their website. So the cool thing about PIPI ads is that it'll also tell you estimated orders that they're getting. I don't know how accurate that is, but it gives you an idea of how many orders that TikTok believes that they processed based off of the TikTok pixel. I'm assuming. Here's something I believe that is from Shine On right here. So it's always cool to see Shine On ads. Pretty sure this is Shine On. Yeah, this is definitely a Shine On product. They've processed upwards of 2,000 orders, 2.2 million impressions. Y'all, impressions are money. All right, impressions cost money. TikTok charges you per 1,000 impressions, roughly about, I think, $20. So do 20, right? If you're paying $20 for 1,000 views and they've had 2.2 million views, you know that they've put in some investment to this product and ad. How many of you in here would agree that this particular product right here might be a good product that we want to mimic success from? Just type in mimic success, just like that. Doesn't mean that it's going to win. It doesn't mean that we're going to kill it with it. It just means that we're going to skip beyond all of the junk. We're going to skip beyond all of the obstacles and losses and mistakes. PIPI ads also has a winning product search, which just essentially eliminates a lot of the filters, and it just pulls up products that they see are, currently believed to be winning right now. And it pulls up a lot of great lead magnet type products, like these little necklaces here of the stick figures that look like they're doing some, nice gestures with their hands. This key to my heart necklace right here, it looks like a necklace that's got a key in it. And you give the girl a bracelet and it's got the key to the heart in it. Here's a bigger image of it. Like, you can find this on ZenDrop and AliExpress. Easy. It's easy to do. Here's what happens though with competition research is you find so many products with these tools, right? That you then become paralyzed and don't know which ones to launch. How many of you in here could see how that might happen? Just say me. You can see how that might happen. So that is why I personally don't like to come into these tools, because I get distracted because I always feel like I'm leaving money on the table because I'm not seeing all of, I haven't seen everything just yet. So again, I have my team come in here. My team knows exactly what we're looking for, and they go through these tools and they look at how many impressions they have, how many likes they have, the popularity rate. And then they make me a list of things in a spreadsheet. They give me these in-depth reports on ones that I want. And then I cherry pick the best of the best of the best. Time is money. If you spend all of your time setting up your store, then you can never make any money. You spend all of your time doing product research, then you can never make any money. You spend all of your time managing orders within your store and support, you could never make any money. If you spend all of your time creating collections and navigation menus and customizing products, you can never make any money. So I want you to start thinking right now about how you can automate things to save time so you can focus on the money, the big picture. How many of you in here would like to have an expert team come in and run your entire Shopify store for you, do all of the product research for you, like I've built over the last 8 years? Just type in heck yeah in the chat box. It took me 8 years to do it. So the tools are great, but you need the time to do everything at the same time. So product research is a really amazing portion of the event this weekend. And you can go get these tools. You can use these tools, benefit from these tools, but sometimes these tools can be a poison and they can get you stuck in la la land looking at everything. So the next segment here is going to be kind of like creating collections as you're finding stuff like this. Creating collections and creating navigation menus. I'm trying to get through as much as I can today, because we're going to be going back over this type of stuff this weekend. So I'm giving you a tease on some of it and getting it in your brain, giving you the full picture. And then tomorrow and Sunday, we're going mad in depth. We're going to launch products. We're going to be launching ads on Sunday. How many of you here are ready to actually launch an ad for your store with us live Sunday on Facebook and TikTok? Just say me, okay? So we're getting there, but I want to teach you first. And I don't want to get stuck in any one thing, because I don't want you to get stuck there when you're running your own business. I want you to be able to pop in, pop out, find a couple of things, move along. Then you're going to come back, pop in, pop out, find a couple of things, and move along. You have to always have momentum. You always have to have that velocity to move forward and not get stuck, because you can very well get stuck in some of these tools because they're so cool. So again, the link for those of you that asked, I thought I saw a couple of people in the chat, to PIPI ads. This is my partner link with them. It gives you a discount. It's Adrian. That's all I know. Okay. I don't think anybody's ever signed up through my partner link with them because I usually just go live and use these tools as well on webinars and whatnot so people get to see it. So let's talk a little bit about, as we transition, collections and navigation menus. All right. When you are running a Shopify store, that is a general store, like Gear Grabber or like Epic Gear Express. Let me just pull up this one. A couple of things that you need to know. You have a general store, okay? General store. And that general store has a lot of different products on it in different niches. And the reason that we want a general store with different niches is because we don't know it works. And if we build a cat store and nobody's buying cat products, we've wasted $100 on a Shopify plan, right? We've wasted a boatload of time on design. We've wasted time on product research. And now we got to start all over and build a new store. And I started thinking about the most successful retail businesses in the world. At first, this is the first thing that came to thought was Walmart. You know, everybody knows you can go to Walmart and get anything. Like literally here, I live in Mississippi. My uncle just called me yesterday. He's a doomsday prepper. And he's like, Adrian, you got to go to Walmart. They got this 9mm ammunition for 10 cents a round. You should go buy 2,000 rounds of it. And literally just the other day, my wife was at Walmart buying baby supplies. And I'm like, okay, wait. You go to Walmart and you can buy diapers and then walk over a couple aisles and you're buying like bow and arrows and ammunition. That's crazy. But Walmart ain't hurting. You know what I'm saying? Amazon isn't hurting because you can go there and you can get everything. And yeah, things like Costco, right? You can get everything. And that's what we've modeled our stores after. So I want you to think about your collections and navigation menus as aisles in a Walmart, okay? As aisles that you can walk through. Where's the cereal aisle? Where is the baby aisle? Where is the whatever? So like here's an example of a store that sells firefighter stuff, dog stuff, fishing stuff. Then we have fine jewelry that is for sale. You're never really going to send people to the homepage of your Shopify store. You're just not. That would be stupid to do. All right. You're going to send people directly to a product that you're selling. So what's important is your product page. And we're going over product optimization and all that tomorrow. But you do want people to be able to shop around and you want to be able to have key sales in your navigation menu. So for example, my Epic Gear Express store, our menu has home. It has this $5 sale. Because remember, I told you we do these $5 flash sale promotions. Then it's got my top niches: health, beauty, pets, gardening, jewelry. Because people can't be confined to one niche. Just because somebody in here, somebody comes to your store and buys a dog product, doesn't mean that they're not into jewelry, gardening, or anything else. As a matter of fact, how many of you in here have a pet, but also like health and beauty? Just say me in the chat box. How many of you in here have a pet and like jewelry? Or how many of you in here have jewelry and also love health and beauty? See, we as humans, we can't be confined to one niche. And the great thing about the niches that we teach our students how to teach is they're so broad and expansive that pretty much everybody wants it, you know? So if you have the proper navigation menu and collection set up, someone that comes in to buy a pet toy is gonna say, oh, I'm interested in gardening too. Let me look at some of, you know, the gardening supplies that they may have for sale. I don't have it. This is all a demo stuff I'm showing you because I'm messing around with stuff, and so it's not all 100% there. Or maybe I want jewelry, right? And this helps you get people to stack their cart. Write that down. I need customers to stack their cart. Imagine those old game shows where they did the shopping sprees and you had a little timer and people would run through the store, anything they could fit in their cart they were trying to get. I want people to do that when they're on my store. I want to have deals that make them want to buy fast. And I want them to put as much in their shopping cart as I could possibly get them to put in there to spend more money. Because the more money they spend, the more profit I'm likely to make. So in Shopify, when you're here at your like home page, okay, you have all of your products that will be listed on your store. Okay, so here's all the products. Under products, though, you have a menu called collections. Okay, I have everything tripled on here because I keep playing around with the software and it keeps putting new stuff on here. We created a couple of collections for you, like the bestsellers collection and whatnot. But as you build out your store, you can hit create a new collection, and we could call this collection, I don't know, dog supply, or we call it our dog lovers collection. Okay, nothing in it yet. And then we can say we want this to be a manual collection, so we can manually add anything in here we want to, or we can automate this with rules and say any product that is tagged with dog should automatically be added to this collection. Now, in Shopify, when you're on products, right? Like, I don't think I have a dog product on this demo store, but when you have a your product page pulled up here, you can go in here to collections and you can add it from there, or I could tag this as a dog product. So add this tag, dog, okay? Even though this is a kitchen supplies, it's tagged as a dog product now, okay? So when I come back over here to collections and I hit create a collection, dog lovers, and I say any product that has a tag equal to dog, add in here, and I hit save, we now have a collection that, see, immediately added the glass rinser to it. So when you're adding products to your store, if you just simply tag them like based off of category that is congruent with your navigation menu, that's the way we do it. There's various ways to do this. It's just the way we do it. Your collections will automatically populate with new dog products. You don't have to always go manually add those in there. And you'd be surprised at how many people don't do that. And then they're stuck wasting time manually adding products to collections. When you import a product from Zendrop, you can have it add the tag for you. So if I find a dog product in Zendrop here, and I want to import it to my Shopify store, I come down here and I say, okay, let's import this, add to import list. And I come over here to my import list, and they'll show you how to do this tomorrow. But you see here that I can go ahead and add in product type, product tags, and collections. So I can just go ahead and say, let's tag this as dog. All right, import to store. This is now importing to store. And it's automatically going to show up once it's done being imported, which it takes it a second to get things imported. If I come here, you'll probably see it working to import it to the store. But once it's done getting imported, it's automatically going to show up in our dog lovers collection because I tagged it with dog. So just always kind of remember that when you're adding in products. If you set it up this way, then your collections will auto-populate. I'm trying to get the get it to reload so you could see. But your collections will auto-populate with the product. So there it is. It's already in our collection, the dog carrier. And so people can now come and they can search this collection, and you'll see the dog carrier and the glass rinser, because that was just an example. But the next thing is, how do people find the dog lover collection? Well, you have to put it in your navigation menu. And the navigation menu can be one of those things where there's only so much space. So you have to be very intentional with your navigation menu. So like I said, I like to have a home button. I like to have a flash sale button, like the $5 flash sale, because the first rack everybody goes to in a store is the sale button. No one wants to pay full price. They love looking at sales stuff. How many of you in here would agree that the sale rack is one of the most popular racks in any and all retail stores? Just say, I agree. Everybody goes to the sale rack. So it only makes sense for you to have a collection on your store. I got so many tabs open, I can't even find my stuff anymore. But it only makes sense for you to have a menu that has a sale button there. Because even if though people don't know what's in it, they're going to go in, they're going to click it, and they're going to browse and see if they can get some sort of deal. But to do this, you would go to online store on the left-hand side. And then under that, there's going to be a button that says navigation. Once you go to navigation, oh, I hate this part too. I'm just going to be honest with you. Like I hate dealing with navigation menus. Then again, I don't deal with them because I have a team that does it for me. It stresses me out because like I can't, like for me, I'm like, oh, what do I put up here? I got more collections than will actually fit. But you can do sub menus and stuff like that too. It just takes more time. My team does that. But you've got your footer menu, your main menu, and this is just a test menu. So you can add new menus too, but you want to use your main menu. And under main menu here, this will be what's at the top of your site. You can see I have $5 flash sale, health and beauty, pets, gardening, jewelry, and contact. If I want to add something new to my top menu, I would hit add menu item, and I would say dog lovers, okay? And then I click here, and I go to collections, and scroll down, and it will find my, pet supplies collection, or a dog lovers collection. I guess maybe I didn't save it, or maybe I named, there it is, dog lovers. Voila, got it, okay? And hit add. All right, now I hit save. Now, with this current theme that we're using, the menu bar, can only hold so much. So when I hit refresh here, we don't see it pop up because we're kind of like at our max. Oh, well, nope, we had enough space for one more. We see dog lover shows up, but I think we're pretty much at our max now. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's always good to have a contact button up there. It makes people feel good. And always good to have a sale button. You could get rid of the home button because people can click the logo to get home, and most people know that these days. So the good news is for a general store, you're not really gonna have 50,000 niches. We're going after very broad, very generic, very big niches, pets. You can break down into, cats versus dogs. Health and beauty could be one niche, but it could be like men's health and beauty versus women's health and beauty. Jewelry, you can break down into white gold versus yellow gold versus stainless steel, or his and hers, right? We try to keep them really broad, which works out really well. Then we can go ahead and we can drag and drop these and reorder them. So we want to make sure your $5 sale is at the front. We can delete this home one. Really don't, honestly, we don't need it. And now we have a navigation menu that is set up. We can add more items. And when you add items, you put the name, and you can link it to different collections or to specific products. Like you could have the discounted product of the week, like the mystery discounted product of the day. And every day or every week, you could change this menu, and it would link to one mystery product, and you would get curiosity clickers say, okay, what's the mystery discount product that's 50% off today? And every day they come back, watch this. I could just do 50% off daily product. Might be a little long for this navigation menu, but I just do products here. And today, or this week, we'll do the abdominal massage belt. Add, all right. And then we get rid of, let's just say, I'm gonna leave that up, but I'll move this up here. All right, and let's hit save. Refresh, it might take it a second. Again, my navigation menu is full right now, and it takes a second for it to catch up and load, but it'll come up here at the tippy top, and what'll happen is people that are on your store, they're just gonna click it and be like, oh, okay, that's this week, what is the daily 50% off or the weekly 50% off products? And it's a great little tactic you can use to drive people to some of your hotter generic products and get them to continue coming back to your store so they can see like what the deal of the week or the deal of the day is going to be. You can see, there it is, it loaded. You see how it messed up the menu because I have too many things there? That's why you're going to need to just be very intentional about what you have up here. Make sure the name is, you know, you can say 50% off mystery. All right. Make it a little bit shorter. And this is a little technique that you can use in your navigation menu to get traffic and push traffic to a new hot product, to keep people coming back. But the navigation menu is a pain because I think that you will spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to name stuff, what order to put it in. Now, of course, you can go in and you can create sub menus. So a sub menu would look a little bit like this. Let me go up gear grabber. So I hover over fishing gear, and then now we're able to break down sub menus in the bass lures, fishing jigs. We can go over here to more. So when you just simply run out of space, I'll do more. And now people know that they can look at flowers, horse lovers. They can look at fine jewelry, whatever it may be, right? Owl stuff. This is like just some sample print on demand stuff that I created, rugs, journals, coffee mugs, so on and so forth. So you can do the sub menus as well. All right. Don't get too stuck on the navigation menu, but pay attention to the navigation menu because it's a way to drive traffic to specific collections that are hot, specific products that are hot, and specific sales that are really hot. So I see some of you on the chat saying, yeah, I had that problem. I had to shorten the name. With this particular theme, there's not a boatload of navigation space because it was designed to be for a general store. And it was designed for you to have big collections that are generic, that you can put a lot of stuff in. Because again, you're never really sending people to a collection page. You're sending people directly to the page where they can buy a product. Then when they come up here and click on collections, they can go search dog stuff or whatever it may be. Simplify your life. Don't spend all of your time creating sub-menus for your collections. So many people get stuck doing all of the technical work. Let me tell you something. The race car driver, they're the one that gets the glory, right? Not the technician that built the car. You need to tell yourself that you want to be the race car driver. You do not want to be the mechanic or the technician, right? I hired mechanics and technicians to do all that work for me because I want the glory. I want the trophy. I want to focus on the sales, all right? So that being said, how many of you in here want to be a race car driver? Just say me, not literally, but you want to drive your e-commerce store like the race car driver, right? That's what we're here for this weekend. We're here to kind of show you ways to automate things and show you how I've built my team to automate things and get you excited and get you doing this the right way to keep you from avoiding time, all right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into a Q&A, and I'm just kind of reading the screen here on timing on that. It's going to be 20 minutes. Okay. Oh, got you. Okay, sorry. Anthony can't get next to me because we intended to do the Q&A together, but he can't get next to me, so I have to bump him up to a co-host. So I have to figure out how to find him and how to do that. So we're going to move into a little, oh, there he is. So Anthony Moore, make a co-host, bring him up here. He's going to be in his office. So anyways, while we're waiting on Anthony to come up, how many of you in here enjoyed today's workshop, which is really mostly the basics? Tomorrow is where we're really going to hit the ground running. Just say enjoyed it. We're going to answer some questions right now. I just want to make sure that Anthony gets logged in as a co-host and is able to speak. Anthony, I think I can see that you're logged in.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Awesome.
Awesome. Well, everybody can hear me. I had to hang out on the other side so that Adrian and I are not in the same room. Otherwise, we would be in the same room right now. So important to note one thing for those of you that are here right now. We will start tomorrow's session at 9 a.m. Central Standard. We'll send you a link to it. We'll send you an email. You can use obviously the same link to get on each and every day. So just make sure you set some reminders, because we're going to try to pace ourselves as timely as we can, so we can get through as many things as we can, because we actually have guest speakers that are going to be coming on and teaching you a lot of things as well. So we want to make sure that that we have adequate amount of time. But with that said, if you have any questions, we got about 20 minutes here. You can put them in the chat, and we're happy to answer as many as we possibly can. All right. Let's see, Adrian. A lot of these are coming in that they're on the chat, so you can see them on that monitor of it to your right. Are the 8 apps boosters per store, Adrian? So in other words, your profit booster apps, you can use those on as many stores as you want, correct?
Yeah. You have unlimited licenses when you get in the bundle. Usually Shopify apps, like every other Shopify app I've ever seen, charges you on a per store basis. But when you go in and you take advantage of the discount that we put together, we give you unlimited licenses. So you don't have to pay extra to put them on any more stores. So.
Okay, here's a good question, and I'll try to read off some of these to you, Adrian. Kelby says, how do you handle copyrighted things like college team logos on print-on-demand stuff?
Oh, that's simple. Just don't use college team logos. Here's the thing. My dad taught me this when I was younger, and I know he taught it to you, Anthony, as well. If it feels wrong, it's probably wrong. I have an attorney, though. If I have questions about something, I can send it to him, and he can kind of give me an idea of like, hey, is this okay? But typically, we just know that if it's artwork that's not ours, or it's the logo of another business or educational company or team, like they're gonna have that trademarked and stuff. If you make a mistake, which people do, typically what would happen is they would send you like a little warning, a C&D, and you just take it down. They understand people make mistakes, but ideally, you stay away from, like, don't go make a Spider-Man t-shirt and put Marvel on it, but it sounds like common sense, but so many people do it because you just don't know what it is you don't know. That's why I go to artists and stuff and I make deals, and you can make collegiate deals and whatnot for licensing. That's higher level, but people do it all the time.
Adrian, someone else said something I just want to address because it's not accurate, and we like to make sure that you all get accurate information. With their store builder, we launched their store, and it puts 20 products on the store, correct? So those 20 products are already connected to ZenDrop. And so the 20 products can be on the store to get you going. Rilla said, the ad said they would receive 20 successful ads on my store. Well, we cannot put an ad on your store. We can't even run an ad for your store because you have to have a Facebook account for that. So we give you 20 products on your store. And that is what we said we would do. Let's see. Let me go through some of these others. What is the best way and cheapest way to build your own domain without the Shopify.com? Just need a link, please. Link to buy domain. Okay.
Purchaseyouр.com.
Let's see. I thought it was a longer question. Let's see. Will I be able to make a profit with the 20 hand-picked products now, or are they just for show?
Well, they're certainly not for show, but one thing y'all are going to notice about me and Anthony is we're not the idiots that are going to come on here and say, we promise that you're going to actually do something. Because I don't even know who you are. I don't know what you're going to do, right? The products that we researched and we loaded on there had potential. They showed potential through our research techniques. You see the tools. We spend a ton of money on software to do product research. So there's potential with these, but you actually have to do something with them. And you should ask yourself right now, the question of, have you gone through the portion of our store builder that says make your first sale and leveraged your network, your community, your group of friends, or your family? If you skipped that section, you should go back to it, because it is really important. It shows you how things work, right? It's helpful in regards to generating a couple of your first sales to maybe cover the Shopify fee. And typically friends and family want to support your new business if they're actually, supportive. Friends and family, they'll come spend $10 on your store so you can kind of see how things work. So that's what I would do first. And then obviously on Sunday, we're going to have experts in here for TikTok and our Facebook team to show you how to run ads.
Yeah. Another question that I saw some of you ask, and I want to also address, I'll be honest. You see the chat. There's two of us. One of us has COVID and can barely breathe at this particular point. But I came prepared to attempt to not have to quit today. I have lots of Advil I took from my house so that I could keep my fever down while we were here. Some of the questions that you're asking will be answered by Sunday, right? Really all of the questions that we see coming in will eventually get answered by Sunday. For instance, somebody's asking about their Facebook fan page. Well, I'm going to teach you how to build a Facebook fan page from scratch tomorrow. And not only that, I'm going to show you how to leverage certain pieces of that fan page that other people probably are not teaching you. I built a fan page for an area called Destin, Florida. You can all go look it up on Facebook. Just type in Destin, Florida. It's the #1 fan page. I think it's 800,000 fans now. I never spent any money on building that fan page. No money. So I'm going to go through the techniques that I use to do that, because guess what? If you build a dog lovers fan page, would you agree then that that would give you an audience to sell your products to if you were selling dog products? Of course it would. Just like Destin, Florida, which is just a vacation area, people there will buy all kinds of Destin, Florida apparel and so on and so forth. So we're going to teach you how to build those fan pages and then how to attach those fan pages to your Facebook ads accounts so that you can advertise on those. So we're going to show you all of those. We just haven't gotten obviously that far. Today was really all about the basics, right? And as far as those of you asking for replays, I mentioned it earlier today, but I know some people got on a little late. On Monday, we will send all of our VIP ticket holders all the replays. These will probably take, I don't even know, 7 or 8 hours to render out from Zoom by the time we end this today. We may be starting tomorrow before Zoom gives me back this file. But on Monday, we'll send you the full stack of all 3 of the events, all 3 days of the event for you to keep and reference as much as you want. Is there a number to call for Facebook ads help? No. Facebook is like a black hole. Let's see. Adrian, a couple of these questions in here are a little bit, out of my zone, but one of them I saw, are you recommending just one general store or create a niche store and one product store too? So what is your I know the answer to this, but they're asking you, what is your your lineup for how you create your store?
A general store is the best to create to start with. And it really lets you find your footing for what niches are going to work, what products are going to work. And then once you get an idea of like a niche that is really doing well, that shows consistency, it does make sense to build out a second store that is a niche store. Anthony and I are actually already working on another builder that will build out niche stores, like a dog store, so on and so forth. But it's not necessary out of the gate right now, because you want to focus on one store. You want to focus on getting that store to be successful. You want to focus on learning how Shopify works. And then when you get your footing, some of these niches that are proven that you're actually getting sales in, you can pop off some niche stores and you'll see conversions increase a little bit. But the juice has to be worth the squeeze for all the extra work.
Yeah, 100%. And also just to address a couple of the questions, because I'm reading all the questions as they come in. some of you said, a couple of people said, hey, why do I have to have VIP in order to get the replays? Well, I mean, it's because that's the way we set it up. I don't know what else to say about that. Number two was, some people said, hey, look, there's all these things you've told us we have to buy today. That's not true. These are apps that we've put on. Look, you can run your store with none of it. We're very clear about that. It's all a matter of how optimized you want your store. I mean, we don't own Shopify, and we don't own Zen. Well, we've invested in Zendrop, but we don't own Zendrop. We don't own Shine On, and we don't own Pillow Profits. Like, we don't own any of these companies. And so at the end of the day, we can't give away for free the things that we don't even own, right? Our store builder app, I think we spent, what was it, Adrian? $29,000 on the dev team for that in February. It was 29 grand.
Yeah.
We didn't charge you to use it at all. So the reality is that there's some things that we built that we can, that we can give away for free, and there's others that we can't, right? And surely you understand that to build a super successful business, eventually you have to invest some money in it. I think the biggest thing for most people who are getting started, and at least this is what I think, is that you can't get to a point where you understand enough without investing a ton of money, right? So in other words, to have somebody build you a Shopify store would normally cost you a lot of money, right? Which would prevent you from ever getting to the point where you'd ever be on a workshop like this where you can learn how to do the things, right? Now you've got a store and we didn't charge you to build it, right? And you can run it without any of this other stuff. But at least by being here for this weekend, you're learning, right, all of the things that you need to know in order to take the thing that you now have and make it successful. How successful it is really ultimately is 100% dependent on you. It's how much of the information that we give to you this weekend are you going to actually apply? How many days are you going to show up? Are you going to pay attention? Are you here and doing something else? Or are you here and listening? I mean, there's a million things, right? Some of you will invest a little bit more into the apps and the other things that, that you can put into your store to make it better. Some of you won't, right? So again, we're not telling you can never be successful without, going for broke with this. That's not what we're saying. We're trying to show you the outline of what we've done to be successful. How much of what we've done you choose to do is totally up to you. Is that fair? Yes? So hopefully you guys understand that and you're good with it, because that's just the reality of it. We can't give you the things that we don't own, right? I see the people that are asking, is it too late to buy VIP? It's not, but I don't have any links for you. You'd have to go find those. I don't have a link to that. We didn't come prepared with a bunch of links to try to sell VIP sessions. So you'll have to find it in your email, wherever we had sent it. Adrian, do you see any other specific questions? I mean, I know there's tons and tons.
Yeah, just a couple I've been looking at.
Okay.
How much money as a beginner do I have to spend to get sales? You're going to find out on Sunday, like what we do for marketing, but generally we recommend a $5 per day budget, because out of the gate, and we'll get into this Sunday, out of the gate, Facebook and TikTok give your ads like crap traffic, because they're trying to figure out who's engaging with your ad. So it's like throwing something at the wall and seeing what sticks. So we don't recommend spending a lot of money out of the gate. You want to let your ad get seasoned for 3 or 4 days until Facebook starts to figure out, hey, who's responding to this ad, who's clicking, who's adding the carts. It doesn't take a big budget to get sales. It really doesn't. Like, it just doesn't. If you do it the right way, you have the right promotions, you don't need to be spending a boatload of money, and it's not recommended. You need to start small, find something that works. And if you find something that works, then you scale fast, right? You seize that moment and that opportunity. The other thing is, Anthony, I saw somebody, I think it was Sandra in here, she's consistent posting a link to a Facebook group. I just want to point out that Facebook group is, I don't know what it is, what it leads to. It's not ours. We would appreciate people not, promoting random things in the chat, because want to make sure that at our event, the thing is Anthony, somebody asked, I remember seeing the pillows that I showed earlier. Those are pillow covers. They're not full pillows. So they're literally just covers. So people would have to put those over actual pillows. So they're really lightweight, they're really cheap, and that's why they sell so well with good profit margins. Are the 8 tools apps one-time payment? No, that is a monthly fee. Like I said, we're spending $10,000+ a month on developers and support for software. And remember, those are not available in the Shopify App Store, so don't even go there and look for them. They're private. I don't want a gazillion people using my apps, only my students. Okay, so I think that there may have been 1 or 2 other questions I saw, Anthony, but I just can't remember. The chat's going so fast. It's hard for me to see all of the questions. There's a lot of people in here.
Yeah.
Someone said, can they go back to the store builder area again? Yes, you can. So if you want to make some edits or whatever, you can go back to your store builder at free.ecomstorebuild.com. And you should, because there's a lot of training in there, education in there. We'll be putting updates to videos in there. So always keep that saved and go check back.
Yeah, 100%. And Adrian, a lot of people, I guess, want the replays. So I've found this. I'm going to put this link in here that'll take you. Let me make sure that will let you guys get the URL. Yeah, it'll let you get the VIP. You're gonna have to get it here in the next 5 minutes or so. But there's no sales page or anything. There's an order form link. If you don't have VIP, you can grab it. It's perfectly fine with me. It'll get you the replays and you can join our VIP session. I just posted it in the chat, so hopefully the chat will slow down long enough for people to see it. We're also going to, tomorrow, I'm going to put together a question intake form. There's so many of you on here and there's so many specific questions. You can imagine, try reading the chat box yourself. You can't keep up with it, right? So what I'm going to do is, obviously that's the benefit of the VIP session because it's smaller, so we can answer more questions for an hour. But the second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put together a questionnaire and I'll pass it out to all of you tomorrow and let you put like your top 2 questions about your Shopify store. If you could sit down with Adrian and ask 2 questions, what would they be? And I'll bring that intake in, and on Sunday we'll go through the intake and we'll answer these questions, right? And that'll help maximize our ability to answer your questions, because it's not like we don't want to answer them, right? It's that's not like we don't want to answer them, okay? We want to, but it's very difficult to keep up with all the with all of the questions. And I'll be totally frank with you. Tomorrow I may cut the chat off because there's so many questions, so many people typing in. Like for instance, Harp complaining that for $1 you should get the replays. Technically speaking, for $1 you shouldn't even get access to 3 days of our time, right? We literally. Anyway, like some of it's just kind of a little over the top for me. Maybe it's just because I don't feel good. But like at some point, like we're doing our best to teach you, right? And a lot of people charge for. I actually just taught at a workshop, a 3-day workshop like this. Everybody paid $997 to attend. Nobody complained, right? So I don't understand the mentality. You know what I'm saying? So we're trying to help, but we can't just answer every single question, you know what I mean, for 4.5 days here from all of you. We're trying to answer as many as we can. So what we're going to do is tomorrow I'll give you an intake form for questions. I'm probably going to do it first thing in the morning, so please be on time. I'm not going to do it all day long because we have to take the questions and I'll have to get them aggregated to where we can see them on the screens, right? So I'll get you come with your 2 best questions, okay? Ready to put them into the form, and we'll pass that link out to you tomorrow morning when we get started. And then throughout tomorrow and Sunday, we'll answer those questions. Okay, does that sound fair to everybody? That way we can get some of your best questions, your most pressing questions, because I know that some of you might have like just this one question, and if you could just get this one thing answered, you could move forward. Right? And it's probably lost in the sea of 5,000 messages in the chat. Totally get it. Okay, so we will do our very best to answer your two most pressing questions. If you do the math, that's 1,000 questions that we are going to try to answer in 2 days. Okay, while still teaching you. But some of those questions will be answered throughout the training, right? And we know that. So we know that a lot of that stuff will be answered as we dig into optimization, marketing, advertising, Facebook, all of these things. We'll be able to get a lot of those questions answered. Okay, so what we're going to do is wrap things up for the day and start the VIP session. Now, here's two things. One, for everyone attending tomorrow, it is at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Okay, 9 a.m. Central Standard. All right. So that's our time zone. So if you're on Eastern Standard, it would be 10. If you're on Mountain Standard, it would be 8. And if you're on Pacific Standard, I believe it would be 7, right? So we send you texts, we send you emails, we send you all of the things that we can to help you remind to get on here, right? So 9 a.m. Central Standard, I will be passing out that questionnaire first thing in the morning. So within the first 5 to 10 minutes, I'm going to be passing it out. So don't be late and then get mad at me, okay? Because I got work to do on the other end of all those questions since I just came up with this brilliant idea to answer 1,000 questions in 2 days. So that was not something that I'm actually making a note now to make sure I do this before I go home. So all of that will happen first thing in the morning. We'll kick tomorrow off with sessions really diving into optimizing your store and the nitty gritty of the things that you can do to make the stores more profitable. I'll be going through your Facebook fan pages, how to find content to put on Facebook and things like that that we found to be extremely helpful for us. So all of that is going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be a great day. We'll do about the same as today, about 9 to 3 tomorrow. So just plan for that. We'll have the same kind of breaks, the same kind of lunch, all of that good stuff. The VIP session is going to start right now. It is a different Zoom link. All of you that got VIP had a landing page that had 2 different links on it. So if you could go to that page now and just click on the VIP link, I told you in all the emails and all the follow-up and even on the page and the video on the page to bookmark that page, right? So that it's all on there. So all you got to do is go to that page now and click to log into the VIP session, which I'm going to activate here in just a minute. So we will see all of our VIP ticket holders there right now for a smaller group Q&A. And then everybody else, we will see you tomorrow, first thing, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you so much for being here, hanging out with us all day today, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. All right? Take care, everybody.
saw some of that in LA, where they gave some housing to people. Yeah, they had a communal bathroom. It does. Because they don't want to. They want that to be the threat. Well, but, I mean, the thing is, you don't. I mean, they got an issue with some of these people in like Portland or whatever, right? Because it's sort of changing. They're letting the encampments happen, and then the neighbors are bitching, and they get emboldened and whatnot. They don't have to be in the city, except for begging and services or whatever. They could put services out on the outskirts of town. I mean, that's what a number of people have been saying lately. You know, like, we'll make a deal. You know, we put it on the outskirts of town, and we'll let you do your thing. I mean, Portland did it where there's a community that it's gotten mixed reviews, and of course, you know, there's bad actors and whatnot, but you can build like a little tiny home, and they've got an area for that, and it's kind of like a little lawless area or whatever, but they do they police themselves. So, you know, you abide and participate a little. I mean, the Rainbow Gathering kind of did this too, where there's everybody's kitchen, and if you eat enough times that your face gets known, you owe some service. One way or the other, you know, either clean up or prep or... Oh, I did hear a little something like that, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it might be that back in the day, you know, he was one of the people, you know, you could have a 1% stake or whatever, and that would probably be a pretty big chunk now. Did you hear Kamala Harris? She just made a... Really? Yeah. Sure. That takes you out of military duty. Yeah. Oh, really? That's how there's an affiliate marketing system there. I'll recruit somebody else to come on in. Yeah. Even though World War II... Yeah, and you know what? The you're part of a village now. So one or two moms can watch 8 or 10 kids, and they can feed them and clothe them, and other people you can have a little bit of time. Yeah. I mean, maybe not. Maybe it wasn't that bad. You know. Yeah. So did you probably didn't catch Kamala Harris's gaffe today? Okay. She was talking about, I can't remember, it was 3 things, right? Something about clean energy, climate change, and depopulation. And she slipped on the depop. You're not supposed to really say that. And that may be the nail in the coffin for her. Is that she's that untrustworthy. She's like Biden with the gaffes, but she doesn't have the dementia as an excuse. So, I mean, she like literally said depop. But dude, do they want to be like Japan though? And China? I mean, China's in big trouble. They don't have enough young people. But yeah, she was talking about how kids could have that is coming to me now a little bit more about how kids could have fresh air, and we need to have clean energy so the kids could go outside, and depopulation. It was like, dude, it's a like. Well, but that gaffe, you know, I mean, it's like the people that blew up the. Wow. There's somebody, okay, well, Depop. Celebrating Biden-Harris's win on my Depop page. On Reddit. Alright, today, Harris gaffes continue as VP calls to reduce population. Gaffe-filled week. Got a little bit worse Friday when she appeared mistakenly call for lowering population in order to provide. Cleaner air and drinking water, yeah, whatever. Foxes all over it, of course. Yeah, that is bad, dude. And then the fact that it's like $5,000 and you got the damn money too. The timing is just insane. Well, it could have been. I mean, it typically does go to the wife or whatever, but maybe they don't know she exists or something, or they were thinking that maybe you're getting a cut. I don't know. It's strange, dude. Just the timing of everything too, and the fact that it was for basically so little. they're just hoping that you self-report, or they're hoping that it works its way through, and did you've researched it, or like? Wait. Have you been fly fishing? Or that's just it just seems like it might be something you might like, or at least sitting by a river would be sweet. Well, yeah, that's part of. Well, no, I've made. No, I've made a few flies. Yeah, there's some zen in it, dude. There's probably as much zen in making your own fly as actually going out and fly fishing. But it's just a good excuse to be out in the woods by a river. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, if you get a nice big trout or something, they're pretty good eating, actually. Oh, a good beer batter. Yeah. Oh, just beer. Yeah. Right. It kind of does, yeah. I mean, when it's fresh like that, it's kind of something different. Trout, typically, but you can get I mean, you go to places like a trout stream and you're fishing for trout, you might be able to get it under a type or two, but typically you're trying to get trout. It's just dude, this housing thing is getting me to really think about, like, because I'm like right in the middle of, well, oh my god, this Biden footage, dude. Did you see him like licking this baby in Finland? You'll see it. It is fucking so bizarre. It's a like red coated dude. It is bizarre. The thing is, for me, rounding out the end of days or whatever, it partially, I think a lot of it has to do with the people that you're around. So, yeah. Yeah, the new Long Island or whatever, the serial killer. What do you mean? I thought they were all hookers. I hadn't really been paying that much attention, but right? Oh, so you can just overpower people easy. Yeah, and then yeah, you just sit on them or club them, bludgeon them. Yeah. This is the one, yeah, the women with the heads in burlap bags or something. I think I caught some of it. In burlap bags. Like, really? Yeah. Wow. Why not? I mean, there's something poetic about it, but yeah. Pretty funky, huh? So, at the party, you were asking somebody about like how Sandeep got his. You know what? I was gonna say in your ear here that you should say that you. Because I heard you say that you were retired military, that you planned it, and somebody's like, "Oh, you're too young to be retired." It's like, no, you're too old to be working, or you know, if you've got a bunch of money, you should have come back with something like that, like. But if you said no, I would like to get into investing. What's good? Like, dude, why did I was gonna try and yell that in your ear, but you kind of hung up on me right about then. He was a what? Oh. No, but like to just say, well, what's he got you in? Because my wife works here, and you know, we'll be investing now. Or yeah, that's what I was trying to kind of tell you. It's like, oh, really? Well, Costco makes a lot of sense, dude. There are a lot of multi-millionaires that really don't like to shop, and they just go to Costco, and that's what they get. That's it. That's all they do. One run to the store once or clothes there, their food there, their booze there, maybe their electronics, their car, if you have the gas, everything. It's just their one-stop shop. Yeah, and they got vision, and I mean, they become your one-stop shop, don't they? Really? Really? Alright. Who's this? No. Huh. Yeah, there's a lot of people that, or at least in the places I'm looking, and they're prepping for photos like that, but there are a lot of people that seem to live with no clutter. Clean, like the house doesn't even look lived in. Shelves, or cupboards, clothes, countertop, clean, nothing. Table, clean, no nothing on it. Like, or they have it set up with the plates where it's just sort of like a ceremonial table where they really don't even use it. It's just got a couple plates on it and a napkin, and it's like set up to look like, it's like a model home. I mean, I don't know about the day-to-day. A lot of the people eat out of their chair or whatever, like, or they just eat out, or I don't know. I mean, some of these things, people are weird. They eat in their room. And I know a number of people that have houses around here that will let you in, but they live in the bedroom. The roommates all live in their bedrooms. They got a living room, and like nobody's ever sitting on the couch except the dog has the couch, maybe, or a cat. But other than that, they're not really watching TV on the, might, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of people that just kind of live in their room, like that's the way it was with Perry and them. No. Well, a lot of people they lived upstairs and worked down, or you were, depending on where you were farming, so, you had animals you needed to take care of, and, I don't know, maybe they did sleep in the middle of the day, but, well, quite a bit. If you've got a few years at it. If you were 30, if you were 20 to 30, and you started cleaning out an area, I mean, there's a guy that I follow on YouTube that is talking about being self-sufficient, that, something is coming, he doesn't like it, he's not trying to do the rat race, he's trading, huh? Over time, yeah. Well, no, like for him, he's got probably 1 acre of potatoes, or at least maybe a half, quarter to 1/3 It's got yeah, it is kind of weird when you think Idaho. I think of Ireland or Idaho. But I've grown potatoes and they're easy. You know, if you've got, I mean, basically, if you've got a few potatoes, you can just like let the eyes, I mean, they'll just sprout, and you cut them up into little pieces and throw them. Kind of, yeah. I mean, they are a thick brush that's sprawling, and they're kind of similar to potato or tomato. So yeah. Or I mean, so you got tobacco, potato, and they're all in the nightshade family. And yeah, they do kind of, they're like spindly vines that do ground cover. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Or like potato leek soup. That's good stuff too. But yeah, broccoli, potato. I mean, basically, I was watching something about Ukraine, and there were people that had they cut up potatoes in like a barrel and had sand in the barrel, and were prepping them over the winter or whatever. And when the snow was just melting, they went out there and were planting the potatoes, and they said, if we need to, we can live off this for the year. But like, see, with the beets, with what this guy that I see, what he's doing, the beets, you got like greens, kind of like collard greens that you can pick and eat, and you know that's got good chlorophyll and flavonoids and all that. And then well, if you boil it or you do the stems. Yeah, I mean, okra, if it's not overcooked, it can be okay, I guess. But yeah, I've had some mushy, nasty okra. With like collard greens. But I mean, like Swiss chard, that works out pretty good. I used to grow that. Like collard. It's not colored. Collard. Collard. Yeah. It's almost like collard greens, but yeah, collard greens. I don't know why they. CO, I think. Collard. Collards. Collard green seeds. Then you got Glory seasoned from Instacart. Wow, $2.89 for a can of collard greens these days. Huh? Oh. It starts to go a little funk after about a year. Yeah. I mean, if you've got it in a cool, dark place and you don't open it too much and whatnot, it can keep considerably longer. But you've just got it in a baggie on a glass jar. Yeah. Yeah, I miss those days kind of too, dude. That's cool of you. Yeah, I know, dude. Like, having too many vehicles is a problem. Like, right now, like, that's one of the things that's been, plaguing me a little bit is, like a buddy of mine, he, during the pandemic, he did the, get an RV, and he said it was one of the worst decisions he ever made. Because now he has a van, a work van, so it's like, okay, you need to have the RV, and you gotta move the RV, so you need gas in the RV, and then you move it, and then you need to get a ride from your RV to your van. So how are you gonna do that? You know? He bought a motorcycle on a whim. He got suckered into it, and the guy sold him on the monthly payment. And, I don't know. He went to look at motorcycles, and this guy came up with this deal for him that was irresistible, apparently. And he ended up buying it, and he instantly had buyer's remorse, you know. But it's like, okay, so you got the motorcycle. How are you gonna? You've got the motorcycle, and now you've got the van. So that's great. Lime? No. No, I haven't. As a matter of fact, while I'm on the phone, I'm going to browse Indeed quick and see what we got for cannabis jobs lately. Yeah, you never know. Oh, here, hold on 1 minute, would you? All right. Hey, bro. What's up? Yeah. Oh, those things, yeah. Well, just empty the weird shit. Yeah, what we need to do is get the fucking, whatchamacallit, the perlite that's wet, that it was wet, in the trash. There's no reason to have that. Well, I mean, what I should do is just grab it when I'm over there or whatever, or condense it down, whatever. I don't know. But yeah, I was talking about that before too. That like, just fucking dumping the white shit that's inside of there and putting them together. I don't want to get rid of the heater. Well, we could do that. I came over a couple times. We were gonna do foos, but we ended up just hanging out upstairs. Kind of. Yeah. So I'm on the other line. What's up? Oh, they're bothering you right now? Alright. Did you find anything? It's starting to be months, yes. what or whatever, maybe, and we'll figure it out. All right, cool. Yo. Yeah, sorry about that. Of what? Yeah. And it's Life, Life. Let's see. No company reviews. Let's see here. We type in cannabis. I can't believe that there's cannabis industry. Cannabis trimmer. Let's see what we got for jobs going on in cannabis here today. Cannabis trimmer. Let's see what we got. They're paying $16 an hour and on the proving grounds. That's a ways away. Santa Isabel. I don't even know where that is. That's within 50 miles, supposedly. Oh, that's LA, the proving grounds. I thought that was out. Yeah. Here, hold on a second. I seem to be popular all of a sudden right now. Hold on for just a second. You guys, if you would please. Hey, what's up, Sean? Right on. Some hotties or what? Oh yeah, I know, dude. What happened? Why wasn't it like that when we were growing up? his phone. It was probably on his phone. She was sloppy. And it's like, hey, did you get those booze? Or, you know, can I get that from you? Hey, I need to grab that. Blah, 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 blah. And it's Robert De Niro. You know, they're gonna fuck her up, probably. But supposedly she knew what it was and sold it to him anyway. And maybe didn't even tell him, or, you know. I don't know. I've heard a few mixed things on that, but they got, you know, he's angry and got money. So, you know, they need to make it look like he's doing something, or they're doing something. But yeah, pretty harsh, huh? The kid, if you look at him, he looks like he's kind of twacked out in the pictures at 19. Oh, of course not. Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah. Well, and they were saying like the coke in the White House, of course, had fentanyl in it too. You know? Huh? One more time. Say what? Oh, yeah. That's pretty lame, isn't it? No. The thing is, if you got China that's waging war quietly on the U.S., what do you mean? Oh. Really? You had water coming in that you need to bilge pump out? But you couldn't find it, huh? Because it's so big. Yeah, you saw that. You saw what they're doing with that buoy thing. They need to do some humanitarian something or other, though. You know, like if people get there and it doesn't even look deep. It's just that the current is so strong. Because people wade across it, and I mean, supposedly if you've got like a bunch of people and they're all holding hands, you can kind of as long as you don't let go, the whole group can move across. It's like everybody with that larger mass is able to get by. But if you lose your grip, you're gone. Pretty rough. I miss a lot of things, dude. Yeah. Yeah, dude. find some new people. Yeah, I do need new. Where does that come from? Did you find them? The Anti-Drag Coalition. I mean, I don't think I want to be fanatic enough to like go spend time protesting. I'm definitely do it for you. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well then we could go. Yeah, we could start a group. We could go. Yeah. Well, what would be fun would be to go shoot video of the anti-drag folk. Well, if you do drag in front of kids, we got a problem. We don't like that. Don't, yeah. Can you imagine though, being a boy in this day and age, like my fucking nephews, you know, you're being told that male energy is like bad, being gay is good, like just the mind fuck that's going on, dude. Like, you gotta be kidding me. No, like, well, they're subtly you're getting messages that male, you know, that like, well, I mean, well, okay, I could practically. Do you know about these two guys? They're all tatted up. It's like these two idiot. They're like rich influencer idiots. They got their faces all tatted up. They had like weird dreads. There's footage of them that just came out with them kissing each other. And I don't know what exactly the statement's supposed to be, but I mean, they've obviously sold their souls. They're all tatted up. They're fucking totally dweebs. They're goofs. But they're able to pull in money because they're a spectacle. You know, they're like a little freak show. And that type of stuff, you know, like they're pushing this stuff. I mean, I don't know what it's like to be a kid in this day and age with all that, but I keep hearing about how schools are doing it, and like I can't remember where. Was it Washington State? Something like it, where if the gender affirming surgery stuff, like that whole thing, dude, it's just so whack. They're saying that it's child abuse if you don't. It's child abuse if you don't. Let your kid have the surgery or whatever. If you're a non-supportive parent, then that's child abuse. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're just trying to. That's just opposite propaganda. No. Wow. Was she there when it happened? Well, like she was there in the house in
get to know the platform a little bit, because I've taken a few, you know, I figured I'd